Hello. What's up, everybody? Uh, yeah, banger. New Russian circles. I literally wasn't aware that it was coming out. And we were talking about YouTube algorithms yesterday. My YouTube algorithm pushed it to me an hour ago. So there it is. Album coming out in August. First impression? It's definitely Russian circles. Maybe to a fault. It does sound extremely similar to what they've been doing lately in the past couple albums. So we'll see. We'll see. I like the sort of progression of the song landing onto that very like chuggy, slower, riff at the end. I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, we'll see. August is pretty soon. So um, honestly, that was my main motivation for going live today. I just wanted to play that song. I'm kind of feeling like going off right now. Good. Pushed my microphone away. There you go. So Saladino, how's the orange today? I think it's better. So it was, I think it was clearly because I did my settings with more light than usual. So it fucked up my white balance. I think that's what happened yesterday. The Boogie Bear. Yeah. Well, good to know. I mean, it's something that I usually do it the same way every day. So, but for whatever reason, the heat yesterday made me open the windows. See that's that's why we have a very strict window schedule. Can't mess with anything. Very controlled environment. Did anyone watch the end of Belgium um, Senegal yesterday? What a crazy end to that game. I think when I started watching after the stream, it was already like 0-2. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate for Belgium. And then changed. Crazy game. Red missing that game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the whole game wasn't that exceptional, but the last 10 minutes of regular time were definitely something. England Congo was fun. I don't think I've seen that. It was during the stream. Boom, 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 boom. What was the other game? Oh yeah, US versus Bosnia Herzegovina. Not much to write home about. A very pretty match. Switzerland playing later today, 5 a.m. for me, but it's like late afternoon for me, so that's fine. Looking forward to that. You really helping you? Yeah, I mean, remember my sleep schedule not being great for the Qatar World Cup. I remember it being annoying to catch games. Definitely working better for this one. If it wasn't for the stream, I would have been able to catch every game. So, 10 bucks, didn't you have your 42 months anniversary already like a week ago or something? Isn't it the second time you have a mod anniversary in like 2 weeks? I don't know. I feel like you were the first person to do it last time, weren't you? Or am I confused? I posted something before. I don't understand how that shit works. It was definitely last week. That I know for sure. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? They must have broken something. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it registers as a message, yeah. Oh well. We'll see. We'll see how it goes in the next few weeks with that. I might get another 42-month anniversary. I don't even think 42 months is right. I feel like it's more. So that would mean you started modding 6 months after I came back to streaming, basically. Because it's pretty much 4 years and a month that I came back, right? It was June 2022. You started modding 6 months after that. That would be during Hollow Knight. Which... not sure if that's correct. You were definitely modding during Outer Wilds, weren't you? Too long ago to be sure, yeah. Thought so? Yeah, you started watching during the S1, yeah. I'm trying to sort of remember if there was anything, you know, significant during either Outer Wilds or even Returnal was before All Night. Stray was also before all that. We would have to have you on board at that point, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Feels so long ago. And at the same time, went by in a blink. I don't trust Twitch's thing. Yeah, that's the point. Thank you, $10 for taking advantage of Twitch's generous 33% off, which I think ends today, as far as I remember. And everyone who got a sub, enjoy the ad-free experience. I had to do it or I'd lose money. Yeah, no, I mean, certainly you could. So many people lost money. Nobody took advantage of it. I think you're the only second person to gift a subscription with that. And it's been on for all week. Really tells you how, you know, how much of a decline we're experiencing. It's a barista. Joining your first D&D campaign ever. You're so pumped. I'm sorry to hear that. What the fuck? You'll understand. After a few sessions, you'll understand why I said sorry. Be happy for me? You seem to be happy for yourself, which is the only thing that matters. We're going to tear each other apart. What am I supposed to be scared of? Ah, well, I mean, I can't tell you, otherwise that would ruin the point. Won't be able to sleep over this. I can live with that. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it, that's for sure. Anyway. Mm. Usually due to planning issues. Yep. Yep. That's the one thing. It is so annoying to get adults to play D&D together. Or any, you know. It's so annoying. And then, you know, the session finally happens and you're the one who doesn't really want to go because you're on a day where you just don't want to deal with people, you know. And you're like, ugh. Well, I mean, hey, if your DM has a lot of experience and most other players have a lot of experience and are regularly playing all the time, yeah, like if you're the only like new person in the group, then yeah, there's a chance it's gonna be good. If they're like all super experienced and you're just the little noob like that's being brought in, as long as you are showing up, it'll be fine. And some website to help. Not sure what that means. Anyway, I like the idea of playing TTRPGs. You will never convince me to do it again though. It's, man, I've done my fair share. I'll never commit to anything like that ever again. It was way more annoyance than fun. It was fine when we were teenagers in high school. It was very easy to, you know, do that kind of stuff and have fun. Every attempt after that as an adult has been a disaster. And that was with people that, you know, were extremely experienced. It's hard even getting people to commit to playing multiplayer games together, yeah. Yeah, at this point, I'm just fine watching other people do it, like people that get paid for it, you know? So there's some production value, they have reasons to be there. So that's a healthy dose of the RPG for me. Anyway. That explains a lot, actually, Risa. Honestly. I feel like this just made everything click for me in understanding your personality. It was the missing piece that didn't really, you know, like make sense to me. Strange. Why would she be so self-centered and lacking self-awareness all the time? Check out with, you know, someone who's pretending to be God. Now it makes sense. Crazy how social background is important. It is, truly, yeah. That is a fact. Another day of me being shot live on the stream. I mean, you keep coming back, so it seems like it doesn't have the intended effect. Anyway, anyone else has interesting plans for the weekend that I might enjoy hearing about? The holiday here this really? Oh, 4th of July, of course. I was like, wait, what's happening in July in the US? There was a little moment of like, huh? Yeah, no, I know what the 4th of July is. Thank you, $10. I just didn't realize it was there already. It's on what, Saturday? Yeah. Parents are going to Italy for a wedding, just me and the dog. Nice. Showing my cats to a diet of alligator meat. Wait, hold on. Is that a real thing? We're gonna go to a friend's house to set off fireworks. I think fireworks are being what's it called? Forbidden for the 1st of August, which is our national, you know, holiday. But due to the heat and the overall like dryness and everything. Yeah, Shepard, I feel that. Kind of. The vet thinks one might have food allergies, suggested switching to completely different proteins or anything we've fed before, see if it helps. Alligator meat is one of the suggestion. One She suggested I've ordered. That is wild to me. I don't know. I don't know why. For some reason, it feels like alligator meat should be like sort of rare. You know, like not the kind of stuff you would easily source and feed cats. But I think that's a very like Central European perspective. Obviously, there's no alligators here. Maybe it's just, you know, so common in certain areas that, yeah. Aw. That's unfortunate. B-side. Yeah. I get it though. I did have a dog that was extremely scared of fireworks. Never a great time. It was scared of thunder too, so can't really control that either. I've told the story before. It was a huge dog, and every time it would be thunder, he would jump on the bed because he was scared, and so he would jump on the bed and literally like squish me because it was so huge. It was like a Newfoundland, so those are, you know, pretty massive dogs. I was a kid at the time. Suddenly I would feel like a huge weight on me as I was sleeping, and I would wake up in a panic, and the dog being scared. A thunder jacket? Animal edibles. I'm learning so much about animal sustenance these days. Okay, please relieve me from a doubt. When you say animal edibles, are we really talking about like animal weed infused edibles? What is a thunder jacket though? I've never heard of that. Yes? That's insane. I mean, it makes sense. You know, I think it's pretty cool that it's a thing. If that can help with animal anxiety and all that, but I've never heard of it. An expensive prescription food, not just some random thing you can get in store. Ah, that makes more sense, yeah. I've eaten it before. It's kind of chewy, and the flavor is a cross between chicken and fish. Reminds me, for whatever reason, I recently learned that tarantula meat apparently tastes a little bit like... What was it? Was it fish? I don't remember. I didn't even know you could eat tarantulas. Very fierce dog hides under my bed during thunderstorm. Very anxious dog sleeps like a baby. Shake my hand. I would imagine being like shrimp. Maybe that's it? Hold on. Tarantula meat. Yeah, crab or shrimp. That was the one. Crab or shrimp. So weird. The upcoming financial hellscape will have to get used to eating bugs and cat food if we're anything less than trillionaires. Snowpiercer got it about right. Hopefully not, but I don't know if I'm ready to start eating bugs. Cat food sounds fine. It's just the same kind of food we're eating in some of those like processed meat preparations, just a little It's just the sort of like the health rules and all that are a little better for humans, I guess. Like human grade. Safety measures, I guess. But the food itself's pretty much the same thing at this point. Just gets food likely better for human than human grade equivalents in the US? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I mean, is it possible? Maybe. But what's up, Kimmy? I'm now curious whether my shrimp allergy would extend to arachnids as well. I have no desire to test it. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Like, don't test it, obviously, but that would be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't expect spiders to be like crabs and shrimp, but it kind of sort of makes sense if you really think about it. Like the, leggy creatures. Hmm. Do you think dinosaur meat tasted like chicken? Oh, hold on. If alligator kind of tastes like chicken, maybe we're onto something. Yeah, hold on. I think we're onto something. There seems to be a logic there, if you really think about it. Now, I've heard that human meat kind of tastes like pork. I think that checks out too. Long pork, yeah. My dad used to catch a bunch of frogs and roast them as a kid for their legs. Frog massacre, I tell you. You can get frog legs at a buffet here. I had a friend whose parents would very regularly make frog legs. As a dish, right? Normal dish. Pretty common around here, I think. Wasn't a big fan though. Except goal. Was never a huge fan of them. Didn't leap at the chance to eat them. No. In fact, I remember a summer vacation in Spain where he ate so many frog legs. It was just a big thing over there where I was. And I got really disgusted by them. I don't know. I'm having a food crisis these days. Like there's nothing that really appeals to me. I'm like everything that I like and usually eat. I have a pretty sort of consistent diet in the sense that I eat sort of the same thing every week. It's like I have a weekly sort of plan that I just repeat because it's always worked fine for me. And I'm just tired of everything. Nothing that I usually like appeals to me anymore. I'm literally, these days I'm just eating for sustenance. I have no pleasure eating anything. Which might be due to the heat. That might have been a factor, but... When you pet frog, to even consider eating frog legs. I have the same thing with rabbits. I had pet. No, I other way. I first had rabbits for breeding when I was a kid. My dad bred rabbits. And so I've told the story before of me taking care of the rabbits and, you know, cleaning their cages and helping my dad with that. And since I really liked rabbits, I was always naming them. And unfortunately, you know, regularly they would just disappear. Because that's what you do when you breed rabbits, right? And so that was really traumatic. I would stop naming them. And then I had actual rabbit pets between 2006 and 2010. Haven't eaten rabbit since. Not once. I was not a fan of it anyway, so. Not much was lost. Cooking something new to look forward to once a week helped me get out of a food rut, because finding something terrible can help you appreciate your boring foods. Yeah, maybe I need to eat something that I really truly hate. Resetting the baseline, yeah. Pet rabbit as a kid until I turned out it was allergic. My childhood pet history was basically going through a series of mammals that I turned out to be allergic to until I decided to have lizards. And an allergy shot worked really well. Became a crazy cat person. That's funny. What food do I dislike? A lot of seafood. I'm not a fan. But if I wanted to eat something that I really hate, I don't know actually. A common food that people love that I hate is smoked salmon. Can't fucking stand that. So maybe I'd go for that. I cannot stand smoked salmon. It's insane. It is what it is. I don't like bean. Yeah, I think that's weirder. Smoked salmon's, you know, it has a pretty intense flavor. Beans is just kind of neutral. Texture. Clam chowder? Yeah, see, that doesn't sound good to me. I am no interest in trying that. Not a fan of clams. My mom loves clams. She would put clams on everything. Pizza, whatever. Clams everywhere. Hate them. Not a fan. Yeah, snails, not a big fan either. Parents loved them. They would always make someone else. Not a fan. Though, like, snails do not really taste of anything. It's just tastes like the sauce you put them in. It's just, if I'm gonna eat garlic butter sauce, there's much better vessels than snails. Give me some sourdough bread or something. It'll be just fine. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good enough to be worth eating a snail. Yeah, about it. Yeah, exactly. Put the sauce on bread. Skip the snail. Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. That's true, yeah. Switzerland used to have the highest prevalence of goiters because of the lack of seafood. How did we fix that? Putting iodine or whatever in the salt? Is that how we fixed it? Iodine in the salt, yeah. Is a Swiss invention? That's insane. I didn't know that. It's so, yeah, but, I mean, it makes sense now that I know the you know, the history of it, but yeah. It's so common here. I mean, I'm sure it's common everywhere now, but just had the most brutal sneezing. Sudden, came out of nowhere. Anyway, I think I'm supposed to play a video game, am I not? Yeah. What's up, Jespies? How are you doing today? You've arrived in Tolstad via waking up in a morgue. You've picked up a goblin sidekick, and now, well, you need to focus on the actual job, the tea shop that blew up. First off, you still need to get inside. The entrance is in the middle of the big open outside area. If you find yourself stuck, there probably should be some other ways of getting inside. Beyond that, you've also got the owner to track down. From what you've heard about this guy, he could have already left the city, though maybe if you're lucky you can catch him before he hops to the next ship down on Waterlane. But nothing so far has given you any decisive evidence. Everything about this stinks. It's interesting how unbothered the game is about spoiling stuff for you, right? In a way that's sort of... It's very cavalier about just giving you information. It's quite interesting and unusual. What's up, Lunigan? That little piano melody is so good. It reminds me of something, but I can't put my finger on what. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk to that guy, if I can. But I need to get to a shrine to get animal speech prepared. Maybe Quasi, but I mean, obviously it depends on the DM, right? But typically, the DMs that I'm used to wouldn't really tell you, oh, here's the entrance and here's where you could find the guy, right? It'd just tell you, yeah, it seems like the guy might have, you know, skipped the city. And then the players would have to be like, hold on, what if we can catch him before he boards a boat or something? Or you would have a character in the game maybe suggesting that, right? Not just the DM straight up telling you. But, yeah. That track is really good, though. Yeah, I don't shrine near that I can go. Also need to talk to her. Cleric, the lady leans back in her throne. You've returned. I have other stuff than the tea shop to report. Tea shop first, Cleric. She scoffs. Focus on that first. Huh? Snell nods. Tea shop first. Tea shop first. They're very intense about it. Jeez, fine. Why is Jeez an entry? A common slang shortened for Jesus, often used to exclaim a sense of shock and utter annoyance. Do we really need... Oh, and or annoyance, sorry. Do we really need a lore entry for this? Jesus, a titan who roamed Ascani during the Fade era. Famous for his visual similarity to a goose, only a lot bigger. Some ancient monuments found in modern-day Visca seems to indicate that this titan died for the sins of all minor geese. Fair enough. Love this joke. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Visca, a collection of loose dwarven cities northwestern Ascani, also known as the Visca Kingdom. So is this your garden? No. This is a sanctuary for all. I am just its keeper. So it's your garden. Take a deep breath. How? Do people live down there? Got it. Nice garden. So it's your garden. She sighs. Yes, I suppose you could say that. Take a deep breath. How? How does this garden function? Point towards the ceiling. No sun. Never mind. How does point towards the ceiling? No sun? Ah, you don't need that here. The sunlight is simply replaced by the naturally occurring light sprites. Natural? Is this some kind of powerful primal magic? Primal magic, said to be the earliest and most feral type magic. This is no primal magic, it's something different. Further below, we also cultivate a range of deep fungi. Tasty. If you meet her, speak with my gardener. She can speak more on the subject. Is that the fungi lady? The druid? Probably not, right? Do people live down there? Yes. Got it. Nice garden. Thank you. So this HWBT, what exactly is it? She snorts. It's an affiliation, an organization, a family. I don't like that very much. Every time a company says that they're a family, usually a bad sign. Your family? Yes. That's a lot of kids. The lady raises her chin. Any goblinoid willing to serve the family is welcome to my loving embrace. Are you registered at the tithe house? Of course. What do you take me for, some huckster? You registered as a tribal organization with some special regards. Why is it called the Halfway Bridge Tribe? He takes a deep breath. I'd say it's obvious. My people have lived in the tunnels of Tolstad for 5 generations. 5 goblin generations, that's around 50 years. Oh, goblins do not live long. Okay. The tunnels underneath the famous broken bridge of Norvik, the bridge that only reaches halfway across the river. When I united us, that name grew popular. What's your role here? My role? He cackles. I am the director of operation. Okay, I have other questions. What are you voting in the upcoming election? You dare tread onto such volatile grounds? Here in my chambers? Yes. Really? Yeah. I'm not scared. You meet it. You dare ask of my political opinions? Yes. Okay, well, I haven't decided. Well. Oh. Her eyes dart around the chamber to her subjects. Then her gaze lands on you once more. Yet. That's the best answer you'll get. So you're not leaning in any particular direction, or... No. And I encourage every one of my subjects to think for themselves on what they wish to vote. See, I think that's reasonable. I like that. Yeah. We'll need to respond with, you dare tread on such volatile grounds more often when someone tries to steer a polite conversation into politics. Yeah. If I would love to add that to my vocabulary. But she knows every goblin in her tribe will just vote for her preferred party if she were to express her thoughts. But she doesn't. Keep the tribe unaligned. I like talking politics, yeah. That's a pity. Some of us do have to do that, right? Like we can't always turn a blind eye, you know? She's incredible. Alright, Charisma. Charisma has a crush, I think. An apolitical tour de force. That's all for now. Okay. How about you, little nerds? Little nerd, singular. You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. Remind me what we What are we doing? And I have some stuff to take care of by myself. Go solo. Ooh. So what's your position in all of this? Where do I sleep tonight? Oh, shit. I did not even think about that. Getting late. I mean, I'm assuming the tavern, maybe. I love this music. Is that the same one that played yesterday when we talked to Snell? Maybe. Remind me, what were we doing again? Apart from disturbing the peace, he laughs. What do you want to know? Tell me again about this tea shop. Again? He asks. You want me to go over the general stuff again? Yes, please. Okay, sure, okay. He groans. So, tea shop blows up on Tolstad. And Tolstad is this place, right here. Sure, yeah. You see pain across the goblin's pointy face. It's a district in the city, like in the center of the city, in the river. I know this, but thank you for sharing. I haven't spent much time here before. Big city, you know? Nod intensely. I'm gonna go for that. Okay, so again, midday, 22nd, reports of a burning local tea shop on Pillar Road. Militia arrives in no time, puts out the flames, keeps them from spreading, etc. Few injuries nearby, no casualties. Tea shops are often popular gathering spots for rebellious youths and activists. Turns out the shop was closed at the time of the incident. The city declares it a fireplace failure. The HWBT disputes it, asking for a cleric to check for esoteric circumstances. Said cleric arrives late. That's you, by the way, just to be mind-numbingly clear. Now, I don't know about you, but he mutters and looks over his shoulder. Tea shops don't explode out of nowhere. Right before the election, too, the goblin scoffs. Whole thing stinks. I am the cleric. Yup, you're a cleric, he repeats and rubs his nose. The cleric. He looks to his right and left. The cleric in you stirs with quiet confidence. I don't see anyone else in Earthguard colors here. So sure, the cleric. There are not many Earthguard these days in general, and the ones who are around are stretched thin, you would know. You sure it's not just an accident? Like I told you before, there are several key details pointing towards it being a rogue spellcaster. Most importantly, an explosion was heard throughout Tolstad in the night. Woke me up as well. Shook all the way down the halls. That is exactly why you're here. A caster with that kind of destructive power would be exceedingly dangerous. We bring this guy down together before the election's over. Why does it stink? Maybe you don't see it. I'd say it's pretty obvious. City said they performed a proper investigation of the tea shop rubble. I know for a fact that they never let anyone in. The guard posted by the entrance gets switched out in 12-hour shifts, and apart from the street cleanup crew, ain't no one been in the actual tea shop. Isn't it too dangerous to enter? Like, couldn't it just collapse any second? The magistrate had his reason. That does sound stinky. Couldn't it collapse any second? That was the official line until their investigation was suddenly complete. If that ain't a fucking stinker, he says and clicks his tongue. It's a dwarven granary originally. Sure, the wooden interior went up in flames, but the structure of the building itself won't exactly come down crashing down if we step inside. It's bullshit, plain and simple. What's the militia? Volunteer force, they handle a lot of stuff. Helping the community, handling disputes, fires. Such good-natured humans. Impressive. They sound like heroes, like me. A necessary service to the community. They sound like heroes, like me. I'll let them know you want to sign up. The pay's shit. You want to speak with them, you can find their hangout over by the docks. I want to ask some stuff about this so-called election. I don't know what to tell you. It's voting. Democracy. It's kind of a big deal, I guess, so could be relevant for the tea shop incident. Doesn't sound relevant to the tea shop thing. Politics are always relevant. Hell, depending on the outcome of this little operation of ours, might not be even official anymore. Depending on the outcome, this little operation of ours might not be official anymore. Okay. If your bosses lose, that is, then who knows what will happen. And of course, if they choose to leave peacefully. If. You don't think they would leave power? They will leave if the results are just. We will see. They will leave if the results are just. He rolls his eyes. Justice for Norvik, of course. They won't lose. What are you voting for? None of your business. Fair enough. He says it like it's his default response. Has something to hide. Ooh. Interesting. Persuade him to reveal his dirty low political secrets. 18 DC. Not easy. No need to be such a hard ass. It's my right as a citizen to shut the fuck up about it. So unlike most of you humans, I'll just do that. What are you, some kind of human hater? Us humans really should shut up more. Wise men pray tell not secrets of their insides. What the fuck? Of theirs inside. Wise men pray tell not secret of theirs inside. Mouthful. Us humans really should shut up more. I'd advocate for any creature tall or short to shut up. That did not help. Fair enough. Fairly fair indeed. Anything else you want to know? I'm gonna roll. Why not? There's no reason not to. Oh! Oh! You need to be careful. This is clearly a sensitive subject. Flatter him, but not too much. So something like, I don't know what to vote for. I would love the input from a smart goblin like you. Your opinion is valuable to me. I would be honored to hear your thoughts on the election. I love you. So dumb. Okay, hear me out. I respect your right to privacy. I simply hope you are making an informed decision. This feels a bit patronizing. This is clearly too much. This already feels like too much, but it's less than that. I don't know what to vote for. I would love the input from a smart goblin like you. Way too much of a kiss ass. He won't respect you. Okay, well, how about this one then? Really? Laying you out thick, huh? Okay, hear me out. I respect your right to privacy. I simply hope you're making an informed decision. I don't know. This to me sounds patronizing, but okay, fair enough, charisma. Oh, I like it. Affirming his position while subtly hinting about his inability to make a rational choice. Devious. Let's go with that. I thought I was supposed to flatter him. That is not flattering at all. The goblin tilts his head to the side. Are you okay, cleric? I respect your right to privacy. I simply hope you're making an informed decision. Of course I am. The Asgalists stand for all underground societies. They see no difference between folk and class. With them in charge, Norvik would see the same prosperity known to all the kingdoms high. Oh, he is an Asgalist. We're gonna get along just fine. An Asgalist didn't expect that. A vote is seldom placed out of self-interest. It would make sense for a goblin to lean onto his roots at a time of change. I too stand with my dwarven brethren. You're a goddamn bleeding heart, Snell. This is an opinion that you have. Don't get involved. I need to use that more as well. That is an opinion that you have. Just as a, very matter of fact. Yeah, that is an opinion that you have. Love it. I too stand with my dwarven brethren. Oh gods, don't say that. Make me feel like one of them hairy fucks. But that's the best part. Ideology first, aesthetic second. More like fifth or sixth. It's like he's trying to explain his views. He does not often express them. Speak up, goblin. Stand straight. Ain't about helping people. It's about easing the constant struggle, the hustle, level the playing field. You feel the pain watching others take what you deserve, what you fought for. They did not earn any of it. The feeling is subtle, as if you buried it a long time ago. That hits a little too close to home. I love to use that, certainly an opinion, to get out of uncomfortable situations. The problem is it sounds sarcastic always, right? That is an opinion that you have, right? That's certainly an opinion. Or, you know, I think I've said that in the past, like, that's an opinion one can have. You know? It feels like the sarcasm is oozing. Maybe even let small folk lead for a change. What, want me to get you a box or something? Stilts? Oh my god. Just work harder, no excuses. Everyone's envious of someone else. Be content in your role, be happy. Easing the struggle. Fight back the tears. You feel it welling up. The emotion, the empathy. You are such a good person for feeling this. Cleric, stop. Your face is covered. He cannot see, so it's okay. Release it. Let it go. This is good for you. We should keep moving, Cleric. Lots to do right at this moment. Come on, now. You sob quietly, loudly, within your helmet. The emotions fade, slowly. The gate was not open. Not yet. The gate was not open. That's an interesting one. One day you will break, and you will feel. Okay. He looks terribly concerned. Okay, great, love it. Let's go. So what's your position in all of this? Whatever do you mean by that, Cleric? Why are you helping me in this rough world of ours? I'm here on behalf of Lady Sageleaf. Her will is for the streets of Tolstad to not suddenly burst into flames in the middle of the day. Her will be done, so to say. What if it bursts into flames in the middle of the night instead? But why are you really here? Got any family? I have some other questions. What if it bursts into flames in the middle of the night instead? I don't think she'd like that either. But why are you really here? My motives are not of interest, Cleric. False. Motive is imperative in reaching into the heart of someone. He does not want to disclose his inner feelings to you. Understandable. You're kind of creepy. You got any family? I'm a goblin. What do you think? Goblins normally live in... Anonymous. Thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs. That's a huge amount of gift subs. Thank you, Anonymous, for taking advantage of the 35% off currently happening on Twitch. I still don't know why, by the way. I still have no clue why there's a whole week of 35% off, but happy that it's there. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. And all of you who got a sub, enjoy the ad-free experience. Literally saving money here. Anonymous is smart. I know, right? Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Nephilim, Yael, Fireheart. Hello, everyone. Goblins normally live in tribal societies with a broad family structure. Your companion most likely has at the very least, a dozen of siblings. Any less would be remarkable, even in Norvik. Why would you care about goblin family structures? They don't even have their own culture. That was the point of their genocide. What? Okay. Jesus. Why is intelligence so racist? That is an opinion that intelligence has, yeah. You got wife and kids? Nah, single for now. And trust me, this goblin ain't getting no offspring. Thank the gods for that. You know, I like Snell more and more. I see you are infertile. Why would you say that? Kids are wonderful. Yeah, fuck them kids. The goblin rubs his temples. Uh-huh. Oh, man. So dumb. Love it. I have some other questions. Really? How surprising. Where do I sleep tonight? I don't know, cleric. Gives you a defeated look. Can't the city pay for something? You're a cleric, for God's sake. I can't just not sleep. That's fine, right? Can I sleep with you? Maybe I can sleep with Viskin. Can I sleep in the Goblet Garden? I can just sleep here. I guess I could ask the Coin Lord. I'll skip sleeping for now. I can just not sleep. That's fine, right? Are you asking for permission? He sighs. You'll get exhausted if you don't sleep, cleric. You do not take a long rest 8 hours before dawn. You get 6 levels of exhaustion. What's up, Friar? I read a study somewhere that people with higher IQs are more likely to develop stereotyping worldviews due to pattern recognition, but are also able to change those worldviews when they see evidence that contradicts them. That makes logical sense, yeah. It's interesting. If you get 10 levels of exhaustion, you die. I don't need sleep. I'm not afraid of death. Actually, I should really find a place to sleep. Smarter thing you've said all day. Can I sleep with you? No, and seriously, don't phrase it like that. Maybe I can sleep with Viskin. You're probably too warm for him. And don't phrase it like that. Too warm for him. I'm telling you, there's something shady about Viskin. I wish we could jump on that. Like, what do you mean too warm for him? He seems to know something about Viskin. Can I sleep in the Goblin Garden? No, or I mean... Thinks about it for a second, then once again says, no. I can't just sleep here. He looks around. Just here? Yeah, it's not so bad. Right here? His reaction to that statement will not change no matter where you go on this river fortress of a district. Oh, that's funny. His reaction to that statement will not change no matter where you go on this river fortress of a district. The game's like, yeah, you don't start going everywhere to ask if you can sleep here. It's not gonna work. That's very funny, I think. Okay, maybe not. Yeah. I guess I could ask the Coin Lord. Ah, yeah, Darrow's your boss on his job, on this job, isn't he? Guess you got another thing to talk to him about. Fun. Let's go. The music talking to Snell is so awesome. I think it's interesting, Chipmunk, because I think I look at it slightly differently in that I think IQ is a good measure for intelligence. The problem is, what is intelligence? That's the problem, right? Is that what value does intelligence have as a thing? It's a very culturally loaded concept that can be considered differently, you know, by many people. Like, it's just the word we put on something. Like, the problem is not how you measure it, it's what you make of it. But I understand, you know, you look at it differently in the idea that, yeah, intelligence is this thing we kind of agree on. But IQ is not a good way of measuring that, right? And it doesn't really change much, right? It's just ultimately it's sort of admission that intelligence as a concept is flawed. Emotional, social intelligence, unrelated, maybe even oppositional. No. Yeah, I don't know. Something foul is fermenting there. Are you the gardener? The elf looks you up and down as you approach. Human. A friendly greeting. Hey, Snell, why are you acting weird? Shut up. Turns away from you and the mushroom lady. Don't worry. The ladies runner is not a fan of fungi. Fungi? I'm just keeping a safe distance, alright? Takes a few more steps away. Oh, there's some history there. Your companion must have had a bad experience with mushrooms at one point. You should inquire about that later. This info will come in handy later, for sure. That's it, bye. Okay, so she's not the gardener, I don't think. Even though the thing with the fungi was... Can I ask him about it now? You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. Why are you scared of mushrooms? I'm not. A lie. But the mushroom lady said you were. Oh, okay, don't push it. But the mushroom lady said you were. Takes a deep breath. Okay, fine. I don't like them. They're freaky and mushy and smell like mold. Just plain don't like them. But I'm not taking questions on it, so... Anything else you want to ask? Or can we go? Alright, let's go. Tunnel to the lower layer. So can I take this now since I've... Yeah, I can now. Okay. Oh! Shortcut unlocked. Interesting. I kind of like the intricate level design in this game. Pretty cool. Let me prepare spell. Speak with animals. You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration of the spell. The knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence, but at minimum, a beast can give you information about nearby locations and monsters, including whatever they can perceive or have perceived within the past day. No reason to cast that spell. Fuck. See, I disagree with that. I would really like... What if I equip the rat first? No. Equip the rat. Something you wouldn't think of ever saying in a video game. What if I equip the rat first? Okay. Whoa, hold on. There's something up here that I didn't notice before. Potted mushroom tucked away in the corner. That? Did you just rip those mushrooms out of a pot? Why did you do that? What do you mean? It was cultivated here. It was a potted mushroom. Oh. Whoops. I'm not sure why I did that. Nature is yours to mold. The primal scream. Someone worked hard cultivating those. Okay, wisdom. And now you've just taken them. Can I put them back? No, you'll have to live with it. I guess so. I think I'm okay with that. Can I go there now? Damn. Where does this go? A long tunnel going toward the hole. Not sure if that's where I want to go, though. Oh, where does this go? Tunnel to Central Tolstad. Where does this come up? I want. Yeah. We're at the bottom of the pillar. Oh, I don't know. Not go crazy with exploring new areas. Ah, there we go. Turn around and whisper to Snell. What can you tell me about this guy? Huh? The goblin sneakily leans in and whispers back. Want to run down right in front of him? Glance back at the pale man. I don't think he can hear us. That's not the point, cleric. Call out to Viskin. Can you hear us? No, cleric, nor am I listening. Go ahead. See? The goblin sighs. Give me the rundown, Snell. Viskin is the local mortician, unaffiliated, works on contracts with the city. The HWBT has a deal with him, partly because he's a neighbor, and partly because he's not, you know, human? A normal person? The goblin clears his throat and throws a glance back to the mortician. He's not the type you want to make enemies with, but hey, seems to like you, so good job on that. My suggestion, keep your distance, just to be safe. How many of yours... Snell warned you about him, -3 again. Ooh. This is getting easier and easier. How many do I need to use? I think it's 1, right? Ah, spend 1 shard to unlock. I thought you had to like click on this or something. I mean, I have 11, so... Although I maybe should keep the shards for like checks that are sort of urgent, maybe. There's no urgency there, I don't think. Yeah. Let's not waste anything. If we don't have. Oh, I can trigger the little goblins up there. Let's see. No. Tiny primal spirit. Okay. Strange mushroom juice. Alright. What do I get for this? Fermented mushrooms, often common produced. Must be decades old. The lumps seem to move around slightly. Grant some minor wisdom increase for a week! I'm assuming that does not disappear on sleep. So it's just basically an extra point. Because the game's supposed to last 5 days or something, so there's really no point in not doing it. Wisdom increased by 1. Oh, there you go. I'm pretty sure there's no, you know, reason not to do it. If it lasts a week. Yeah? Hold on. No, go back. Jesus. Oh, that was a bug, I think. Oh, yeah, it's where I clicked. I need that IRL? No. The drunk sphinx. Music is so good. Stairs down to the drunk sphinx. I don't want to see what it looks like inside, at least. Oh shit! That is a giant sphinx! Is that Vera? Oh. Hello. Oh, there's someone actually playing the music over there. Miss Nearly. Raz, a bow for hire. What about this? A jukebox. Oh. Nice. Drinking straight from the fucking barrel. Olzis, Vault Guardian. Oh, who's that? Smarter Thengu. Damn, she's jamming on that thing. Free bird. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Okay, I need to go use the restroom. My stomach's unfortunately not doing so well. Okay. So I'm gonna take a somewhat extended break. I'll leave you guys with the gems here, and I'll be back in a bit. Okay. Gonna have to go open the window in a little bit, but we're good for now. What's up, Atherma? What's up, Boot? Okay, so the first thing I wanted to interact with here was the jukebox. Let's see what's up with that. Your eyes take on the enticing green glow of the diskettes. Diskettes. Esoterically infused stone disc. Been engraved with a spoken word spell. These have been mass-produced since the mid-arcane era. Spoken word, a second-level transmutation spell, allows the caster to engrave a spoken message onto a surface. Whoever touches it will telepathically hear the message in their mind. However, this spell has been mostly used for the last 2 centuries as a way of mass-producing musical records. Pretty cool. I like the idea. What's up, Miss Bookums? Whoever gifted you, it was anonymous. We don't know. But now you can enjoy the ad-free experience. Beautiful. How are you doing today? Check the other buttons. You press one of them and the mechanism inside doesn't activate. The jagged movement indicates that the deep sprungles have broken off. Unfortunately, that means only the first 3 diskettes are playable. Play the disc called Highland Fling. You press the button and the glowing diskette is pushed by a tiny metal sprungle. The crystal connected with the speaker system touches the stone surface and the music begins to play. I'm getting RuneScape music vibes right now. Do you ever get yourself out of the sand thing with the helmet? Yeah, we got out of that pretty quickly. But we felt fear. What's up, Seraphim? Ooh. Hold, there's some drums in the back coming on. I love the wobbling of, like, you know, almost sounds like an old record player that's not perfectly aligned and you can hear the wobble. Okay. Let's try Hill Waltz. We've heard that one before. Oh, I love this one. I don't remember when it played, but I love it. Might have been when we were talking to Vera? I'm not sure. Oh, no, never mind. It was when we were close to... The first time we talked to Snell, I think, near the stairs. Because I mentioned the second part of the loop has like a deep bass behind it. Here and there. Yeah, I remember now. That was yesterday. It almost sounds like something Bright Eyes would do back in the day, earlier in his career, like the kind of music he would make and sing on top of it. I don't know why it reminds me of that specifically, but oh man, what a good song. Later this called Act 1, Scene 7, Interlude, Let the Chains Be Dust. Sound like something out of Kingdom Hearts. I was blanking on the name. Feels a little aimless for now. It's cute, but it's a little aimless. Ooh, interesting how it got sort of dark here. This is like prog rock, but in sort of like neo-digital classical music style. That was a weird one. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like something King Crimson would do, but except stripped down to its just like essential melody. Almost like a Jethro Tull nature to it. I like it. You know, I was thinking about more of the YouTube stuff that I want to make in the future, and there was one thing that I was thinking is I should have a music reaction channel. Because I want to do music reaction videos. Like everyone, I like watching music reaction videos. I think it would be fun to do them. You know, get suggestions from people and listen to stuff that I'm not used to listening to. And I think that'd be nice. I'm not sure I'd have much interesting stuff to say about them, but I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, no, it's a big thing. Music reaction videos. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll have a collection of channels on YouTube going forward. I'm gonna make one channel for everything that I want to do. Because again, you don't want algorithm confusion, right? This song is going places, by the way. There's a few different movements in there that are all pretty damn good. My favorite is this one. Love it. I wonder, I kind of played the jukebox while she was jamming. I wonder if she's gonna be buttered by that. Is that the donation plate? Uh-oh. Pickpocket, 19 crowns. Miss Nearly. I'm gonna behold you. Oh, 17. Goblin. There's a cave goblin. Level 1 bard. Has 15 charisma. Another goblin. This one is looking to escape. She works hard, but only in ways that improve her craft, her passion. She does not care for politics or the world at large, yet she tries to uphold a sense of understanding in order to further her art. Okay. Miss Nearly. Oh, she has a nose ring. That's cute. For some reason it's like I don't do goblins in I was thinking of goblins in WoW for whatever reason, because like seeing goblins with tons of like rings on their ears is pretty common. They have big ears, you know, in most representations of them, so they always have like a ton of earrings and all that. Do goblins in World of Warcraft have nose rings? I can't remember. I know Thorns do, but I don't know if goblins do. For some reason, this stands out a bit to me, but it's cool. The goblin seems to be playing around with the strings of her instrument. She's tuning it. Hey. Her entire body jolts when she sees you. Oh no, we scared her. She's frightened by the Earthguard colors. Oh no! I'm playing in a second, okay? Can I request a song? No. Fair enough. Go away, she mutters under her breath. Oh boy, she does not like us. I need some tense ambience for all the conversations I'm going to have here tonight. We should play some debate music, would be suitable with the election coming up. Take your time, bow your head. Take your time, bow your head. She finishes whatever she was doing to her instrument. Don't dance. It will hurt your chances at doing anything in this tavern. Let her play. I shouldn't have put the music on the jukebox. Is it going to replace it, hopefully? Yes. Nice. Okay, here we go. Leave and let her play. I mean, it still kind of sounds like you're just aimlessly jamming around like when I came in. Are you sure you're not still tuning your lute? There's a small plate with a fair bit of crowns scattered around the surface. The goblin glances at you as you approach a donation bowl, but she keeps playing. I want to donate crowns here. You do. How much, though? How rich are we again? God damn it. I wish I could... I think we have like 88 or something. We definitely have at least 88. I remember when we hit that yesterday. Because it felt like a huge amount at the time. We definitely can donate 10. Let's donate 10 crowns. You place a handful of crowns into the bowl. A good amount. She bows her head to you without skipping a beat in the song. Let her play. You look up at the goblin as she plays. I should let her play. Give her a thumbs up. I'm gonna give her a thumbs up. Doesn't look at you. Don't disturb her while she's playing. Okay, okay, okay. I'm not gonna disturb the artist while they're doing their art. What about Vera? Can I... Oh, I can behold again because we rested since last we saw her. Let's go for it. Oh, nice. She's an orc, a Felfolk orc. Level 4 fighter. A traveler. She's not settled here. Her belief is weak. Does not use it. Her religion is power. Okay. Just she's not married to the free striders and, you know, the whole thing. That's good. Okay, we had 88. Good memory. Is she done playing? Hold on. Oh, she's not done playing, apparently. I wonder what happens if I start the jukebox music while she's playing. Vera, what do you have again? Only 7 crowns, okay. Can I talk to you? It would be something akin to 1,000 a month. Standard fare, really. Rick Spider, the local taverner. Alright. Obviously, all of my proprietary deals would have to be included in that. Obviously. Which would make it more akin to double that price, at least. The orc woman places her cup on the counter and leans forward. We hope you'll consider it. The fiendish woman grin behind the counter gives her a wide, sharp grin. Vera turns to leave and almost walks right into you. Whoops. Leric, lovely to see you again, but I can't stop to chat. Do swing by Water Lane later, will you? Is that an invitation? As the orc steps past you and leaves the tavern, you look over to the woman behind the bar. She locks eyes with you while putting away the orc's cup. Approach. Now I can behold. Okay. Local taverner, Rick Spider. Let's see. I'm getting good rolls today. The game knows. The game's filling it. Demon. She's a demon, level 3 entrepreneur. Money, money, money. This is what you get when the pragmatism of devilhood mixes with the dexterity of humanish fingers. A mint-making, crown conscientious. How do you pronounce that word? Crown conscience. Conscientious? I don't know. Conscientious. Consciencieux in French. Capital creator of the highest class. Entrepreneurship is about disruption. It's about seeing through the common clay and figuring out the hacks of reality. It's like magic, really, except it works on scale. Conscientious. Conscientious. Yeah. I think the she part is what makes it make sense to me. Like if I skip the she, like the e, right? It doesn't work. Like I can't pronounce it. Conscientious. If I get the e in there properly, right? Conscientious. It suddenly it feels like I've heard the word before and it makes sense. That for me, a lot of like words in English, it goes that way, right? I've heard most words before. Some of them when I'm not sure how to pronounce them, I'm like, I feel like I've heard it before, but I can't get it. And so when I get the right emphasis or whatever, like when I get the really like the little part that's making it, that's when it makes sense. And then conscientious, yeah. Conscientious. Conscientious? Conscientious. I don't know. But I needed the E is the part that makes sense for me. Anyway, I can trifle with her. What does she have? Concentrated rhubarb ale. Oh man, I love rhubarb. My grandmother would always make rhubarb pies. They were delicious. I'm gonna miss those forever. Behind the counter stands a woman of fiendish origin, focused on filling up one of the taps. She immediately stops when she notices you approach. A tiefling. Welcome to the Drunk Sphinx. What'll... My good lord, a cleric! How lovely to see the city stop by. Oh, I am the city. She gives you her full attention. Name's Rick Spider. I'll be serving you tonight. This woman is a perfect hub of information. Pick her brain. Point at her horns? How did that happen? That seems rude. Actually, I need to make it clear to you that I am not a cleric. No way. I wonder what happens if I deny being a cleric going forward. Because I've been affirming that I was the cleric for so long. It almost feels like a character betrayal to suddenly start saying that I'm not. I am the cleric of Norvik. The cleric? Oh my. Others are starting to notice the cleric in your step. Aren't you a catch? Oh. Guys? I think she's into us. Oh wait, she's a bartender. She's just pretending, right? It's good for business. What is a cleric in this universe? It feels like they're almost investigators, like policemen or whatever. You know, that every time they speak about the cleric, it's like, I'm part of the Earth Guard, right? So I'm like, I'm sent to solve issues and using my spells to do so and all that. Prayers, rather, than spells. But I don't know. I don't fully understand the world yet. Point at her horns. How did that happen? Oh, she mouths and gives her horn a left pat. Funny story, actually. My family fled the last megastorm of Aishi. I think it was in the last few years of the Coast War. We were invited to join the Virginie Guild due to my father's influence as a former diplomat. What's the megastorm? A storm, but mega. Don't happen too often. That's funny. That's where I was born, so technically I'm a native Virginie. But to answer your question, both my parents were members of the House of Fire. Low ranking, of course, but still influential in the politics of several smaller coastal towns in the western jungles. And I don't know if you know much about the folk in Aishi, but let's just say horns are quite a common sight among the highborn. Which sounds familiar, maybe? I'm not sure what you mean, I'm sorry. Us being like a detective or whatever? She talks too much. What? You talk too much, thank you for... No, thank you for the information, she's awesome! I like people that talk. Making a pun? Ah. Yeah, I was expecting her to be maybe mildly insulted or something, but no, we got like a proper response. I love that. Thank you for the information. No problem. I'm quite proud of the journey I've made, with or without my bloodline backing me. I want to pick your brain. That could be arranged, she says and gives you a big smile. I'll pick it real good. That just means I'm going to ask stuff. Thank you, that's very kind. Okay, hold on. I have to go for it, it's just a funny answer. I'll pick it real good. Neat. She keeps up that smile. Actually, I need to make it clear to you that I'm not a cleric. No way. I wonder what happens if I assume saying this would cancel this one out, right? Making it unavailable, but... Let me try it. I want to see what happens. Actually, I need to make it clear to you that I'm not a cleric. No way. Oh my. What kind of rapscallion are you then to dress up like that? I'm a roguish kind of rapscallion, the magic kind, a spell-slinging wizard. No, wait, maybe I am a cleric. I'm a druid. Oh. Okay, so now we have... I remember having the other two answers before, when we had a similar situation where I could name what I was. Now we have a druid on top of that. I always miss... Several times we've said we were a hero. I wish I could say that, but I guess hero encompasses everything, right? It's not really a class per se, but it would have been funny if you could insist that, you know, you were the hero and you're here to save the day, whatever. So now we can say we're druid as well. Which, I mean, I don't see myself as a druid. Wait, maybe I am a cleric. Confused, are we? Your commitment to clerikish behavior runs deep. Well, who doesn't like a confused cleric? She's really hitting on me, I feel like. She sounds unsure. Listen. You're the tavern owner. Do you have a bunch of information that could help me in my quest? Sure. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask. I know more than most in this sprawling city of yours. Of ours. Oh, Snell, she exclaims as she notices him over the counter. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Oh, she's just hitting on everyone. God damn it. I even said it earlier. She's a bartender. It's good for business. Of course she's gonna hit on everyone. Fooled once again. Yeah, you can never really tell. No. I am terrible at knowing when people are hitting on me, but you know, especially in video games. It's even more confusing sometimes. Then what was... Okay, now I'm thinking back to my issues with Baldur's Gate. Because in Baldur's Gate, it was pretty clear. Because people were literally... People were very direct in Baldur's Gate. In that sense, Baldur's Gate was like... You know... It was almost a dream. People would come to you and say, I want to bang you. And that was very obvious. So like... And that, I guess, part is neat, right? We like people being honest. Yeah, very little for party members to start flirting, which I think was, I don't know, like in the context of the video game, I've complained about that enough, but I guess that was the part of it, right? It's a video game. I want to feel like it takes a little bit of like natural progression to, you know, like you get to know your companions and you go on adventures together, and it feels like it's growing naturally, sort of, right? Instead of like first day you meet them and they're like, yeah, let's fuck, right? But I like the directness of it. I think it would have been, if the progression had been done better, like, you know, you start getting to know them and you can feel like there's a little spark or something, and then there's some clarity. I think I would have appreciated that. The character seems often emasculated in this game. Maybe it comes across as less pandering. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is very different, right? Yeah, I don't know. On my birthday stream, which is going to be later this month, towards the end of the month, we're going to play a dating game. I've decided. I'm not sure yet which one. The front runner right now in my mind is Date Everything, I think is the name of the game, right? I think that's the winner because it seems pretty fun and there's a good cast of character with voice acting and all that. So that seems neat. So Date Everything might be the game that I'm going to play on my birthday stream. But I have some other thoughts. There's other like dating games out there that are quite fun. I just got that one. It looks great. Yeah, it looks really cool. So yeah, we'll see. This should be a fun time to have conversations about stuff like that. If you want to know all the Daniel lore about my... my dating history and whatnot. That'll be the stream to be there probably. Want something to drink? I'm on the clock. He nods towards you. Oh, you're the escort, huh? That's not how I'd phrase it, but sure. She's fun. I like Rick Spider. She's fun. She laughs and sticks a sharp finger in your face. Don't get Snell into too much trouble, you hear? He's already grumping enough as is. The two of them clearly share a past, in an enemies to lover kind of way. Only without the lover's part. That's cool. What's up with the gesture towards the Sphinx? You two friends, Snell? No. Don't say that, you're hurting my feelings. There's tension here. If you want to rise out of him, ask him about it. I sense sexual tension between you two. Does Snell spend a lot of time here? I don't think Snell's find you very attractive. Great, I've got some other questions. I sense sexual tension between you two. That's... Snell quickly snaps at you with a glare. That's a statement I will strongly refute, cleric. The fiendish woman nods. Of course. Refuted it is. It is. For sure, absolutely. This only makes it worse. I love it. He's genuinely fighting against the statement. She's just having fun with it. She laughs and leans in over the counter. All jokes aside, this is all just a part of the job, you know? See, there it is. Flirting, bullying, creating sexual tension, harassing goblins, being a little fiend, being sarcastic, talking too much, being a pain in the ass, answering all my questions. Jesus! Flirting? Question mark? Well, sure. Okay, I can. Oh my god, I didn't think I could ask all of them. That's gonna be fun. Bullying? I wouldn't call it that. More like playful teasing, creating sexual tension. A bit on the nose, but sure. Harassing goblins? No, that's more of a hobby. I like her. She's cool. Being a little fiend? That's just in my blood. Being sarcastic? Always. Talking too much? No. She gives you a stern frown. The goblin raises an eyebrow. She bursts out laughing. Actually, yes. Being a pain in the ass? Every day. Okay, I like her. She very quickly ranked up in, you know, the ranking of my favorite characters in the game. She's bantering. She has a little bit of an edge. She's funny. I like that. Answering all my questions? Every single one. I see. It just happens to be as such that Snell here is a very hard nut to crack. The hardest. Ooh. The goblin closes his eyes and mutters something to himself. A series of expletives. You will not feel any nervousness speaking to this. You do not feel any nervousness speaking to this woman. Yeah, because she's so transparent about everything. There's some, like, she's genuine. There's some honesty in the way she is. Even though she, you know, she jokes around and is sarcastic and all that, you can still feel the honesty behind it. It doesn't. She doesn't always have to say exactly the truth. The fact that she's being very obvious when she's being sarcastic or playful makes it, you know, makes it very easy. I love that. Well, duh, she's not your type. Oh, well, I disagree with that. That's pretty obvious. Apparently my character and me are, you know, different people here. She may not be the cleric's type, but yeah, no, I mean, clearly we're different people, the cleric and I. Does Snell spend a lot of time here? You don't need to ask her, it's not relevant. He does, she says, ignoring his comment. Although this is the most convenient third place for the HWBT, so it's not like he's got too many options. I don't think Snell finds you very attractive. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. Although, I wonder what his type is. Don't tell anyone, but I think he might be into goblins. I mean, he seems to be very into the dragon. Souphead, thank you for 37 months. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, Souphead. You will be remembered. Don't tell anyone, but I think he might be into goblins. Really? She says with an exaggerated expression. What a juicy rumor. Don't fucking talk about me like I'm not here. And Cleric, don't play into her mind games. She'll drain the wholesomeness out of your damn soul. Oh, I like that. Drain the wholesomeness? I should put that on a poster. But what about you, Cleric? Do you find me attractive? You do not feel even an ounce of fear or trepidation before this woman. She is not sexually compatible with you. She's nice. A good woman. But no, you do not feel that way about her. Why do I not have a choice about this? That's disappointing. Ragnar's a type? I guess so, yeah. I guess so. I mean, listen. Do I like her more than Vera? I'm not sure. I like Vera's sort of strength, right? She's like, you can tell she's a strong, aggressive person. I typically, well, aggressive, you know, not aggressive in the sense that she was gonna, like, knock people out for no reason, but, you know, like, she has a bit of a dark edge to her. I like that. I like a little bit of darkness sometimes. But, she's maybe too cheery, I guess. I don't know. I was promised flirting with baddies? Yeah! Why do I not have a choice here? Very, very disappointing. Look her up and down. Don't be mean about it. I'm gonna, look her up and down. No. Okay, I could potentially lie? Okay, hold on. The game's allowing me to lie. Interesting. I don't... This feels mean. Maybe so, Sam. I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel. I don't feel particularly strongly about that that bard and what she's doing right now. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when we were in high school and everyone was sort of like picking up the guitar and starting to play the guitar a little bit. And you would have that guy in a corner with his acoustic guitar that's just like trying to do something with it, but he's clearly not there yet. Like he's still learning and you know, and it's not really anything. It gets, you know, it lacks a little bit of, yeah, just play a song. Just play something that, you know, has a structure. This is a little too, it doesn't even qualify as like a jazzy sort of like background music for a bar, right? Which I'm totally fine with. It's just aimless. Yeah. Anyway, do I lie to her or not? I'm gonna go with no. Damn it! And here I was hoping a big strong cleric would come sweep me off my feet. If only there was a stoic goblin to keep me company. She gives your companion an expression that lands somewhere between cute puppy and tigress. Tigress in English? I don't know. No, thank you. Great! I've got some other questions. Now I'm curious what happens if I lie. Does the game let me do both? Look her up and down. Yeah, okay, I could potentially go both. This is like an interesting quirk of those like CRPGs, like classic sort of CRPG structure, where you can do like 2 conversations and you can basically see both sides of it, which only works for small meaningless decisions mostly, but I do prefer when games take the option away from you. Like if I go that route, there's no way for me to check the other one. It makes it feel more meaningful. That makes sense. Okay, I could potentially... She pumps a fist in the air. Yes! Score! She laughs and says, I haven't seen such enthusiasm from a man since I dated that devil cultist. Boy, was he disappointed when he found out I'm 5-quarter demons. Great, I've got some other questions. See, that doesn't really do anything. Hmm. Five quarters, yeah. See, that's part of the reason why I don't like when you can do both sides of the thing is that it removes the mystery. Now I know. I'd rather not know and be like, oh, I wonder what would have happened if I lied. And if I lie first, then I'm like, oh, you just playfully, you know, played it off. What happened if I said no, right? Yeah. You know, Sam, I think that's always an interesting thing for me in games, and especially like RPGs, when the character is a blank slate, or when the character already is its own, you know, fully fledged character. I'm typically more attracted to developed characters more than blank slates. Blank slates I find tend to be more boring. Same with like silent protagonists or whatever in like JRPGs and all that. Not a big fan. I like when a character has its own personality and I'm just sort of, you know, I'm part of I'm becoming part of him for a while. I can be someone else that I'm not for a while still, impressing a little bit of my personality in the choices that I make. But I like the idea of a predetermined sort of character. To me, that is far more exciting. It makes for a stronger story usually. Makes the character feel a bit more part of the world and part of the game. When a character is a complete blank slate, I tend to be just disinterested. I feel less part of the story, if that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, big fan of characters that have their own personality and all that. No. And I think some games do really well with like sort of skirting the line, right? Between, well, you still have your choices and that changes your character's perspective while still having a strong... Yeah, exactly, Quasi. I was just about to mention Cyberpunk and Mass Effect, actually, as great examples of that. Yeah. I do like that for sure. I've been thinking about Cyberpunk a whole lot lately. Again, like I've been thinking back to that game and how enjoyable that was. What a game that was. Really cool. And I'm still sad that I never got to romance Judy in Cyberpunk. Pan Am was great, but you know. And Aurore, of course. Aurore will always be my biggest gaming regrets in terms of like that she's the one that got away. Aurore is my gaming one that got away. Yeah, it didn't seem like there were many, Quasi, that's true. Yeah, I actually agree with that. That was I'm pretty sure, didn't I think I played Cyberpunk after like abandoning Baldur's Gate 3 because I was so annoyed by the protagonist sexual nature of every companion. That was so annoying to me. Part of the reasons why I stopped playing Baldur's Gate, in fact. And I was very happy with that. I think I used it when we were engaging with the romance with the characters. I think that was one of my main points, is that I like that it doesn't feel like they're just here to satisfy my player, you know, like my horniness as a player. Like obviously, you know, Judy just turns you down because she's not into men. And then even with Pan Am, you know, there was that little flirting going on, but she really like pretty strongly rejects you at first. Like she's like, listen, you can tell that there's trauma and everything. And I thought that was great. Like it really made it feel realistic. And when you finally get to, you know, get closer to Pan Am, it feels earned, right? Like that part was to me very strong. Yeah, listen, Sam, there's plenty of good stuff in Baldur's Gate. I'm not condemning the game as a whole, but to me, who really enjoys character-driven stuff, like that's usually my main thing. In every story, character-driven stuff is usually my favorite part, right? I like a good plot. I like good settings and everything, but you know, the characters, the themes, that's the meat of a story for me. And so with Baldur's Gate, it just felt like, yeah, I really couldn't get into the characters and appreciate them and getting to know them and feeling like we were on this adventure together. It felt jarring for me, the way everyone was behaving. Oh well. But yeah, the rest of the game was pretty good. I do want to play Baldur's Gate 3 again someday. But I've already decided when I do it, now I know what to expect. So I'm playing a man-whore character. I'm playing a character who goes in wanting to bang everyone, and the adventure, the story that's happening is a nuisance to him. He's like, man, I don't want to deal with all that shit. I just want to go around and bang. And I think that's going to be my angle when I play Baldur's Gate 3 next. And I think that's going to fit the game's tone a lot better. We'll see. Yeah, Quasi. I think that's a good way to put it. I think the character themselves looked interesting, but I never really got to get to know that, because every time I was trying to interact with them and have some interesting, you know, development about the characters, I would only get horny people and were only trying to bang me. Yeah. Oh well. How about Cyberpunk 2 how about we make Cyberpunk 2 a prequel? CDPR, right? Make Cyberpunk 2 a prequel. And make Aurore a main character that's romanceable. How about that? Yeah, Quasi. Yeah, obviously never got to experience that. They did actually patch it so the romance activate less aggressively. I don't know to what degree. People mentioned that when I was playing the game. Like, people were telling me, oh, it was worse on release. Which, because I played it quite a bit after release. Which I had trouble believing. I don't know if my game was not properly working on that front, but it was very, very jarring. I had Shadowheart tell me I was the most important person in her life after one rest at camp. I don't think I had one normal conversation with Lizelle before she told me she wanted to taste me. Not one normal conversation. And let's not start talking about Gail, who I'm pretty sure sexually assaulted me without my consent, in fact. The only character that where it sort of felt okay was Karlak. She was being playful about it. And it felt like, oh yeah, she's just a very playful person. So it kind of works. I actually accidentally pressed the button again. Trying to mute myself. Yeah, Quasi, yeah. A show. Anyway, so I accidentally asked her, what are you voting in the election? Which is fortunate because it's not a very important... It's just a bunch of conversation topics, so... That's a cheeky question. No, it's not, don't worry. I will not repress your political opinion. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Well, if you're being so nice about it, then I'll have to. You've made this woman very happy. That's what I'm known for. Early on, I thought about voting for the Agricultural Party. They had a big focus on small business owners. That's me. But obviously they moved over to a bigger worker class focus and they're now completely swallowed by Asgalism. So now I'm leaning towards the Free Striders. Oh no, why do you have to say that? They want to build up the economy and increase trade, which will directly make my life so much easier. Plus, it's hard to ever vote for the Nationalists when they want my kind to be a second-class citizen. And the Free Striders will let you buy your way to first class. Or what? She gives him a half smirk. Something like that. You like the Agricultural Party? Why not vote green? You're a Free Strider then? Why would more trade make your life easier? Sounds to me like you don't understand the Nationalists. Fuck fascism, give her a high five. That's all the politics for now. I have to pick that option, right? Fuck fascism, give her a high five. She enthusiastically meets your hand in a satisfying smack. Hell yeah! Why would more trade make your life easier? She looks around. Tolstad is already a hotbed for travelers coming in from all around the coast. If the tariffs are lowered, especially between Reedian cities, we'll be seeing twice as much traffic on Waterlane. That means twice as many patrons. I might even have to expand. You like the Agricultural Party? Liked. They have a neat manifesto, okay? Freedom of movement and business type shit. Why not vote green? She holds up a hand and gives you an incredulous look. I like to keep my profits, duh. Your companion scoffs. You're a Free Strider then. Hey, just because I'll vote for him doesn't mean I'm dedicated for life. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. They happen to be the most useful for my business, nothing else. Listen, I can respect that. I can respect that. I fear long-term she might actually suffer for it, but I get it. That's all the politics for now. Okay. What's the tavern? What is the tavern talk? Talk of the tavern. What's the hot goss, as they say? The fiendish tavern keep suddenly stops cleaning the counter and stares at you. Wide-eyed. Confused. Excuse me? No, I'm asking, She tosses the cloth over her shoulder. You want rumors? Yes, please. The missing paladin. Oh. Well, have you heard about the missing paladin? That's a bit of a mystery. Lord Gorm is said to have gone missing in the city below, although, really, it's just rumors. Lord Gorm is the last anointed paladin of Earth. One of the original faces of the party of Norvik went missing months ago, and many believe he has abandoned his post. But I haven't seen him for weeks, so it's a bit worrying. Lord Gorm, of course, I've heard of him. He's the last paladin of Earth. He's very important to the city. I'd like to ask more about him. Sure. I don't know much, to be completely honest. If I were you, I wouldn't get my hopes up. You know him? I've handed him a few drinks, exchanged a few words, so sure, I know him. What does he look like? Big guy, Earthguard-like outfit, but with more gold. Not the type you'd like to arm wrestle. Other than that, green eyes, blonde, long hair. Oh, it's night has fallen, apparently, by the way. A fancy nobleman in armor. Got it. Did he wear a helmet? Oh no, never actually. He always showed off those golden locks. Yes, his proclivity for vanity very much surpassed your own, cleric, she says with a playful smile. You ever hear him say anything suspicious? She laughs. Look, drunkards say all kinds of shit. Can't read too much into it. What did you hear? Mostly a bunch of ranting about how every single political entity in the city should be burned to the ground. Oh, listen! Some typical pro-human slogan, you know the stuff. That just sounds like objective truth to me. So Lord Gorm is a fascist, got it. I'm sure he has his reasons to be upset. Hope you told him to shut his mouth. So Lord Gorm is a fascist, got it. She laughs. Might be simplifying the issue a bit, but sure. Know where I could find him. I hear all kinds of rumors, cleric. Either he's cracked under the pressure and started living as a fisherman, or beggar on Water Lane. Or he's died in the tunnels below fighting undead abominations. Or he's jumped on a ship to Muletown. Maybe Lord Gorm wants to head out into the infinite wastes through Toll's Pass. Either way, I don't think you're going to find him, cleric. But maybe there's some clues as to his fate somewhere here on Tolstad. Yeah, that would have been nice. Thank you for the information. I'm searching for a paladin. She just told us about it. I'm searching for a paladin. She shakes her head. Don't expect to find much. I haven't seen Lord Gorman in weeks. What's up with the gesture toward the Sphinx? That's Ulysses. Great gal. She's a Gynosphinx. She's been here since, like, early Gate era. Gynosphinx, a monstrous being often found undertaking missions for the gods. A feminine force capable of seeing through time and space, collector of ancient lore and dispenser of riddles. Known to test mortals to uncover their true worth. That sounds pretty rad, honestly. But good luck getting more than that out of her. She always drinks this much? Thanks for telling me about the Sphinx. She always drink this much? Yeah, that's the only reason this place stays open. She lets us all hang around her sacred chamber, and in return we get her pumped on some river wine. Cost-wise, it's not that much worse than regular city rent. Thanks for telling me about the Sphinx. No problem, she says with a wide grin. What do you know about the tea shop? It blew up. She looks shocked. People keep saying that. Sighed deeply. Are you a witness? Yeah, people keep saying that. Right, very strange. She gives you a quick shrug. Wasn't here. Not usually on Tolstad over noontime. I'm more of a night gal, obviously. So I'm not much help, sadly. I've just heard the regular. But I can recommend talking to the kid at the kiosk upstairs. His brother comes here often, and I overheard him talking about it. I'll go there. Great. Take it easy on him. Tell me about the owner of the tea shop. Drummer? He's a real piece of work. Like, I'm impressed that he kept that tea shop afloat for so long, but... Look, I just know the rumors, okay? I love rumors. She leans with a smirk. Same. Drummer kept the tea shop full of Asgalists, mostly young ones. But supposedly he's been working with the Freestriders on the side. Like some kind of spy. She laughs. Could you imagine? Does he come here often? Nah, or, well, yeah. Is that a maybe? Look, I see him around. He's not a regular, but when he does show up, he's loud and wants to perform, you know? She gestures, drumming on the counter. Not the greatest patron. You think he blew up the tea shop himself? No. She shakes her head and repeats her answer. No, that bird couldn't make a ballsy move like that. Now, run away from it? Sure. That's what I'd expect. And indirectly, I'd be surprised if he lost at least a little to blame. Where do you think he's at? Well, I do remember him mentioning something of an escape plan one time. Really? That sounds very relevant. The bird was drunk, okay? Muttered something about covering every liability. And how his escape plan was, look, I thought it was a bad joke. But he said, from what I can recall, that his plan was to sneak into a crate and ship himself to Reed's. Idiotic. You'd have to survive for weeks in a tiny cramped space. Some bird folk can survive for months without sustenance. And if you had friends on board, they could just let him out after they passed the immigration control. That's funny that intelligence literally corrected itself. This bird is smarter than I thought. I mean, I'm sure it happened at some point historically. She shrugs. Drunken ramblings, but if I were you, I'd check water lane. Alright, that's it for now. Sure. See, that would have been more interesting, because I knew sort of what to expect here. Because of what the DM summary told me when I continued, right? It would have been nice if I didn't know that. That would have been a much more interesting sort of revelation there. Do you know a man called Frank, son of Frank? Your question causes her to let out a hearty laugh. I'm so happy I'm not the one having to add that stupid fucking question. No, I'm afraid I haven't. She eventually manages to tell you. Sorry, cleric. He cannot help you. She probably gets hundreds of people using that fake name during any given week. Tell me about yourself. Please do dive on in, cleric. Anything in particular you'd like me to rant about? What's your mother's maiden name? Am I trying to hack her password or something? Tell me about your business. My favorite topic. I've got several businesses, in fact. Some people call me a bit of a serial entrepreneur. So it's just a tavern, not an inn. Tell me your story, but focus on the tavern. Tell me about everything, every detail. We'd be here all day. Oh gods. But I can do a quick rundown if you want. Sure, I started off in printing, believe it or not, so many years ago at this point. There was a great boom in the industry right when my horns were budding. Did you know we had over 12 papers in circulation at its peak? Crazy. I ended up with way more capital than I anticipated, which gave me the opportunity to invest quite heavily. And you know me, she says and winks. You do not. This woman is overly familiar for a living. Admirable. I actually relate with that a lot. I learned about myself in recent years. I don't think it's something I realized when I was younger. I am very quick to share with people. Like when I meet someone new and I get to know them, I'm very quick to just share information about myself. I have no filter in that regard. Which is a bit of a problem. Because I don't know, I think it makes people sort of a little uncomfortable. In the sense that they can't quite, not many people can match sort of that level of early vulnerability, right? And so I think that makes them a little hesitant to engage with you because they're like, well, I feel like I'm not, you know, I'm not going to share that much about myself for now. So I you know, but I don't want it to seem like the conversation's imbalanced, so I'm just not going to engage. I feel like that's the thing. And usually the people I most got along with in my life, I think, are people that have the same thing, right? We like extremely quickly overshare everything, and then we get along just fine. Yeah. Pretty good trait to be a streamer, generally, I would say, right? Like you kind of that no filter thing makes it easier for people to get to know you as an audience. What's up, Nibiru? I hope you're having a good day yourself. I've had that bite me in the ass before, yeah. So I relate to Ricksbiter very much. That's why I like her as a character, I think. I took on a big risk for a big reward. A little bit of agriculture, a little bit of politics, signed some deals with the free striders, some with the agriculturists, whatever they call themselves these days. My main business today is actually textile manufacturing. Started a mill 2 years ago with the most inspirational women you've ever met. Suffragettes? Suffragettes? I don't know how you pronounce that. Widows, immigrants, or Norwegians alike. I know what a suffragette is. I'm just not sure how you pronounce the word. An activist group formed by dwarven women in the early days of the suffrage movement, when women began joining the group. They eventually won over the palace. The universal suffrage was ordered. Suffrage in French. We're building the new world of feminine industry. Hell yeah. She's giving a chance to those who often cannot make their own wage. Wonderful. This tavern was born out of my meeting with Olziz. She nods her head in direction of the massive sphinx at the end of the chamber. She's guarded this place for centuries, millennia, God knows how long. When our good Lord Earth just let her be. But I managed to get her to open up a bit. A few drinks later, we've got a contract signed. To convince a sphinx, a creature sent by the very high gods to alter her life's mission, this woman must be highly persuasive. Today, it's a highly successful establishment with patrons from all around the world. Things are a bit slow these days with the whole tea shop drama, but alas, things will pick up soon again, I'm sure. That's not how you use alas in a sentence. That is true, actually. Unless she's sad about that, but... The fiend loves the sound of her own voice. Could be very useful. This conversation's been going on in game time for so long. I feel like it illustrates the exhaustiveness of the conversation quite a bit. I do need to go open my window. I'll be right back. Ooh, that is not what I wanted to click on. There you go. Yeah, I'll go open my window. I will be right back. Wrong button. My bad. I'll be right back. All right. I was scared for a second. Yeah. Listen, this stream almost ended 2 hours ago. An hour ago. So many times. It's a miracle it's still going. But here we are. You devil or demon, fiend? Me? Neither. You know, I suppose the city classifies me as a fiendish guest citizen, or whatever legal definition is. That means she can vote, but she can't hold office. But my blood origin is demon, like all the houses of fire. She does not like talking about this too much, which is why she stops herself from ranting any more than she already has. She winks and says, I try not to flaunt it too much, tends to get the boys a bit too excited, you know. I don't know, I am not excited. Oh yeah, is there a thing about devils in D&D or something, like fiends or demons? Are demons do demons have a reputation of being good in bed or something? Like, what's the deal? I don't know. I'm not excited. I am not excited. I can see that. How did you end up here? I mean, we just went over our entire story. Long story. Oh gods. I'll keep it short. I'm sure you've got better things to do. Essentially, my family is from Aishi. Was born in Virginia, raised in Reeds during the worst of the revolution. Left my family behind, came here to start new. Now I'm building businesses left and right. Ascan is a wonderful land full of promise. I love it here. She leans in and smirks. Thank you so much for taking an outcast like myself, cleric. She's hitting on you. Hit back. I punch her? That's such a great answer. I flirt back? Yes! Impossible. You do not find her attractive. Boo! The red one's correct, but still boring. Oh, what is my type? I love that. Okay, what is my type? Too big of a question to ask while you're awkwardly staring at this horned woman. Whatever, just say something. You've been staring at her silently for like 15 seconds now. I punch her? No! That's not... No. Not really the moment for that. Are you implying there is a moment for that? She would destroy you despite being the same size as you. Okay, hold on. I want to try the other... Do I compliment her horns? Just say something. You've been staring at her silently for like 15 seconds now. Okay. Boo. I cannot flirt with the baddies. This game lied to me, by the way. Why did I spend all these points in charisma for? I do not answer for the Visa and Immigration Guild. You're welcome, citizen. I am. She shows her sharp teeth in a bright smirk. Can flirt with some baddies. What's your mother's maiden name? Am I allowed to say that? Isn't that a curse thing, like knowing the true name of the devil or something? So you are a devil. Don't worry, just say it. No, it's the name of your mother-in-law. You should keep secret. Oh, that's true. No, wait, that's not. Actually, it is the mother's maiden name. Don't worry, just say it. Alright, well, let's just move on. I'll keep that a secret, just in case, okay? She winks at you. You are unaffected by the wink. Why am I so imperious to this woman's charm? It's not just I'm not interested in her or whatever. The game is insistent with how uninterested I am with her, which I think is quite peculiar. It makes me curious. What's up, Noger? Thank you for 36 months. That's three whole weeks, indeed. Thank you, Noger. Appreciate you. Hope you've been well. How do I get to the Undercoast? I don't know. She points downward. Head down until gravity flips? Never been there myself. Alright, no more personal questions. Oh, too bad. That's all for now. Thank you, citizen. What was that? Dusk of day one. Ooh. Okay. Well, the questing tree sure has a few new things now. The Star Witness... No, that's not the one. This is the one. The Missing Paladin. Lord Gorm of Norvik has gone missing. The legendary paladin said to have disappeared. Locate the missing paladin. It will make you a hero. Wait, wasn't there another one? No. Thought it was another one that popped up during the conversation. Might have been an update only. Right, can I behold her? I don't think I oh, I did actually. Never mind. I'm not gonna disrupt her yet. I am getting... Oh. Interesting. I can't... The jukebox is disabled while Nearly is playing. Well, Nearly should start playing better music then. Getting a little bit drony. How about that? Olzus Vault Guardian. Wisdom Behold. It's alright. 15's good. We got like the, 20 would have been great, but 15's good. Monstrosity, level 14, Gyno Sphinx. 18 strength. Oh my god, her stats are insane. Thousands of years spent guarding a hole in reality. Remember, her perception is beyond your ability to conceive. For her, a day is a fleeting moment, unless you make it memorable. The Gyno Sphinx is giving out Riddle. A woman searching for something, anything, even remotely interesting about these scurrying mortals. Why else allow them in her lair like this? She's not being exploited. Whatever deal she struck with the Tavern Keep, this beast of yore could break it at any moment. None of them hold any power over her. Yet she cannot leave. Can't reach that from here. She's right there! Well, let's engage, I guess. A lull falls out of the ambient cheer. Just a beat of uncertainty as this cleric steps before the tavern's singular attraction. This happens all the time. Visitors come to gawk and stare. Some brave ones to speak with her. The lady of the house, our most delightful host. Look up at her. Olzus Vault Guardian. Towering. You stare at this somewhat feline creature up on the stage, a living myth, currently taking a swig out of a barrel, clearly not paying you any mind. Anticipalion. The scent of cheap wine lingers in the air, along with an esoteric sensation. A Gyno Sphinx is not to be trifled with. Her physical characteristics are enough to crush everything that is you. However, she will not have to raise a paw, for her magical prowess could exile you from yours realm in an instant. Tread carefully. Greetings! Give her a deep bow and don't say anything. Just stare at her until she reacts to your presence. Give her a deep bow and don't say anything. Good. Treat her like a cat. Let her speak first. What? Hold on. Treat her like a cat. Let her speak first. The Sphinx looks down at you. Meeting her glowing blue gaze makes you feel like you're falling far, far below the world. There are eras of wisdom behind those eyes. The expression turns dark. Dark tidings bring you to the earth, she speaks low and rolling. You see a hint of chaos in her movement, unfocused. A helmed dog dragging its leash around the vestiges of yore. She extends a claw, thick as your arm, pokes you in the stomach. Woof. That's ridiculous. Dogs don't wear helmet. That's rude. Woof. Just stare at her. Woof. I'm gonna just say woof. Her expression grows lighter, then she lets out a deep breath. It smells like an old basement full of booze. Yeah, it's the let them speak first part that I'm confused about, Nektar. She liked that. Somehow you appeared weedy to her. She takes another sip from her barrel, not looking at you. What's yourself, cleric? He whispers to you. All this isn't one for idle chit-chat. Turn to Snell. You know the Sphinx? Shakes his head. Every night there's a drunk jackass that asks for a riddle. She usually doesn't hurt them. Oh, a riddle. That would be fun. Thank you, Snell. I would actually love a riddle. Did you not hear me? Hello? I wish to prove myself worthy, great Sphinx. Worthy, little one? Worthy how? Don't you give out riddles? I love a good riddle, though. This is cruel to me that I'm supposed to not ask for a riddle. Don't you give out riddles? I'm going for it. Certainly. Are you ready? Yes, please. I love riddles. Just like that. Just wait. I'm just gonna wait. Yes, please. I love riddles. She finishes the last bit out of her barrel and puts it down with a slam. Then the Sphinx leans in, hissing. Once I had the sun's favor. My creed cling close the wall. Matured in shadows, I've witnessed empires rise and fall. Once left in silence, now the life of the ball. She raises her paw, gestures to the open chamber. Once I had the sun's favor, my creed cling close the wall. Matured in shadows, I've witnessed empires rise and fall. Once left in silence, now the life of the ball. She's talking about herself, right? I think at this point. Yet I remain a draft of remembrance, a history's thrall. What am I? It feels like she's talking about herself. I don't know. Hold on. I'm sure I'm going to have multiple choices. I'm trying to think about it beforehand. Remembrance. Sun's fate. Cling close the wall. Matured in shadows, witness empires rise and fall. Once left in silence, now the life of the ball. Okay. We know she likes booze. I feel like there's a way this could... The answer could be wine. Easy. A lovely poem about life's journey. How time changes all, even the simplest grape. Your companion smirks and gives a little chuckle. Even the simplest grape, right? Like that... Has to be wine, right? Comes down to a check, though, which... I mean, I'm not bad at intelligence, but that's quite a lot. 18. What do you think, Snell? The Sphinx turns to Snell with a frown. You know, this seems like a personal riddle for you, not me. I'm just gonna watch, alright? She nods. How many guesses do I get? Hopefully none. But you are allotted one answer. I like that. How many guesses do I get? Hopefully none. It has to be an answer, not a guess. That's kind of cool. What do I do if I get it right? The Sphinx shrugs, then gives you a cold smile. Satisfaction. Love this. A reward that people don't value enough these days. Is this a trick question sort of deal? No, just normal riddles. Can I think about this for a bit? No, answer now or never. What happens if I get it wrong? She squints at you and raises her chin. Same as all those who wander these halls. You will lose everything, eventually. There's no threat here. She means your only pain upon failure will be existence itself, a mortal life. Alright, let's see. Intelligence. Yeah, we weren't gonna get there. You focus your mind to come up with something, anything that could be the answer to the riddle. Something old and time-worn that was once in the light and lived in the shadows for a long time before it became popular again. What could it be? You only get one shot, so make it count. Can I hear the riddle again? Wine! It's wine. It has to be wine. I'm assuming a success would, like, limit the amount of answers. Which is a nice way to balance this. I mean, I thought about wine before we saw the answers. It has to be wine. Especially with wisdom giving us a little bit of foreshadowing with the simplest grape, right? This is very cleverly written. That part, wisdom giving you a hint, but it doesn't appear that it's a hint. Like, if I didn't think about wine, maybe I wouldn't have picked up on the hint, right? But since I thought about it, it seems so, like, clearly obvious. You know? I really like that. Yeah, I'm gonna go with wine. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Wine. She gives you an intense stare. Yeah, wine. Olzis picks up a new barrel of wine. She pops the cork open. Wine, yes, that is very correct, little one. Wonderful job. Another riddle solved. Huzzah! I knew it. I'm the greatest. Wasn't that hard? I think she's mocking me. Now I'm thinking that I got it wrong. I knew it. I am the greatest. Since you're so amazing, would you be interested in a quest? Oh no, never mind. I got it right. Let's go. See, I love riddles. That was nice. Yeah. I do not have the ability to decline. No, thank you. I do not want to do quests. I'm not the questing kind of guy. Absolutely, 100%. It gives you a serious expression. Accepting a divine quest from a sphinx is no trifling matter, mortal. In fact, few would survive such an ordeal. A quest? Indeed. Behind me stands a vault. It opens only to those worthy. He leans her massive head downwards, close enough for you to smell the wine breath. To prove worthy, you must solve my most ancient of riddles. So old, it was handed to me when I first stepped inside this chamber millennia past. I'm pretty great at questing. Hold your head in silence. Your companion whispers to you. You're going on an epic Sphinx quest now? Sure, why not? Not like we're on a job or anything. Turn to your companion and whisper. This is important, Snell. Maybe to you? Not really, it's very important to the job too. Convince me. It could grant me esoteric knowledge or, like the tea shop, I'll solve her riddle, I'll get to go inside the mystery vault. He sighs. Solving the tea shop mystery is one thing, but the vault could have anything behind it. He stares at you. It could even solve the tea shop mystery. He nods slowly. You're an idiot. Look, I won't stand in the way. Just don't waste too much time on it, okay? Sphinx stares at your companion. The hero must face much adversity during his quest. She laughs quietly to herself, takes a swig of wine. So what exactly is this Sphinx quest? This is a riddle, the answer of which is not uttered in words, but revealed by actions. She goes quiet and closes her eyes. In action, so I can't just... Alright, just listen. What's up, Macron? Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Third level divination spell to understand all languages, for the target's speech to be understandable by any sentient listener. She takes a breath, revealing a wicked grin. Burrow deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. And she leans in, almost whispering those final words. Spoken gods in thronging herds. A man divine alone howls his words. Easy, you understand it immediately. That's a failure. Let's see. Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Burrow deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Spoken god in thronging herds, a man divine alone howls his words. I love riddles, but I'll have to think about this one. The answer is not something you can speak. She uses a massive claw to grab something from a pile of stuff and tosses it to you. Once you understand this riddle, return here. You can only solve it during daytime, alone. We wouldn't want anyone else accidentally figuring out this riddle, would we? He glances at your goblin companion. The goblin groans. I am not interrupting your job for that. Do it in the morning or something, before you pick me up. This is so very disco-like in its structure. The Sphinx chuckles. I never sleep, so you can show up anytime after sunrise and before the tavern opens. Can you tell me the riddle again? Chuckles. As many times as you want, cleric. Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Burrow deep within the earth, primal string to show your worth. Folk and gods in thronging herds. A man divine howls his words. Can you give me a hint about that riddle? A hint? You dare stand before a sphinx and ask for a hint? Well, not if you're going to react like that. Yes. What, is it that some kind of social taboo? She puts down her barrel of wine and leans in. You can ask questions, but no, you do not get a hint. Wow, what a cool distinction, Olzis. Those are really different things. So I'm supposed to do something, not just answer with a regular old word, right? Correct. Do the actions I'm supposed to do have anything to do with... That would be a hint. No such questions, please. What are the actual fucking rules here? I know. Where am I supposed to... No, location-based question. Has anyone ever solved this riddle? Her smile fades. Only a handful of folk have been proven worthy to enter the vault during the eons I've watched over it. I will only tell you do more if you prove yourself worthy, of course. I have to do something with you to solve the riddle, right? No. She winces. Damn it, that was a hint. New rule, you get one hint. And she can make new rules? Man, she's drunk. That was your one hint. It's not something to do directly with me. You can't just change the rules like that. Oh, please, I can do anything I want. She sips on her wine, looking regretful. Guess I'll just have to try some stuff. Trial and error, not the most silly tactic I've seen over the years. She shrugs again, her cat shoulders sliding smoothly up and down. Which looks surprisingly funny with her whole feline body thing going on. She's attempting to appear mysterious. Now get back at it, little one. You're a very impressive creature, you know that? Attempt to flirt? Okay. Not being able to flirt with Brick Spider, but being able to flirt with Olzis is crazy. Isn't it lonely to hang out around here for millennia? She takes a deep breath. I must remember that my perspective on time is different from a mortal's. When one views events on a scale measured in eras, a chat like this is but a fleeting blink among the heaven of stars. She speaks from a pool of knowledge deeper than your entire potential existence. So everything is going really fast for you? Sphinx takes a moment. When a child grows, a house one thought massive will soon start to feel cramped. As time grinds on, the idea of today is no longer a canyon of possibilities. You know, I don't have to be a Sphinx to feel that in real life. Remember when you were a kid and like summer vacation, like the summer break from school was so like such a gigantic event. It felt like it was never ending. You were like, I'm gonna do so many things. And now I'm like, 8 weeks means literally nothing. It's like a speck of dust. That is fascinating. Thank you for sharing your perspective. What about this then? Try jumping to the side really quickly. The Sphinx follows your movement with a stale expression. Careful, this is how you sprained your ankle last year. You keep it up for almost a full minute before you feel your leg grow sluggish. Your companion stares at you with an open mouth. How's the size of the house now? Wheeze loudly. The Sphinx has an inscrutable expression on her face, watching you pant like a dog. Those were some spectacular jumps, little one. She's being patient with you, but also somewhat entertained? Or is she just being sarcastic? But please, calm down. Okay, jealous? I don't know what came over me. What's up, Warren? I don't know what came over me. Your body provides you with riddles organically. What a gift. Mortality makes life beautiful. I've heard that countless times. Yet it always comes from those traps in its clutches. I suppose perspective is everything. Hanging around a tavern can be too lonely, right? Times have changed indeed. During what you call the arcane era, I had a few visitors. These days I am inclined to enjoy the life surrounding me, even with its occasional annoyances. While the average quality of my conversations might have declined, there is full value in communicating with all manner of creatures. Knowledge comes in all shapes. If the world is full of imbeciles, then knowing imbeciles will let you know the world. Actually quite profound. And if that is the case, then how many of those people truly can be called stupid? I am not an imbecile, right? It's good that you have friends. No one should have to be all alone. Quality over quantity sounds better. But I'm not an imbecile, right? She stares at you for a long while. Of course not, little one. She's lying. She says that to everyone, yeah. That's so funny. So there's no dude Sphinx in your life then? Her expression changes subtly. You touch upon a sensitive subject. I have found that when this question is put to me, despite my vast age, despite my demeanor, despite everything, the inquirer is not referring to companionship. Taps a claw. You wish to speak of reproduction, little one. Cleric, you're here, a harsh whisper. Are you sure about this? Is it an awkward subject? Yes. Most mortals find this discussion to lead to very uncomfortable territory. Are you uncomfortable talking about it? Not at all. I can't rant about it all day. Yes, I would like to hear about Sphinx reproduction. Her intense... Also, we've leveled up just now. What a way to level up, honestly. Her intense glare grows more esoteric. There are many lower races of Sphinx, some more bestial than others. Apart from often serving lesser purpose, they also share a common characteristic. He frowns. They are all male. How dreadful. And I'm a male, nothing wrong with that. Okay, dude. How dreadful. Indeed. Each of these degenerate sphinxi then naturally crave the companionship of my kind. For a gynosphinx, to lower herself to their level is simply unthinkable. Then how? These bestial sphinx should really work on themselves. Any man would desire such beauty in his life. They can't be that bad. Have you ever given them a chance? I love all those answers for different reasons. These bestial sphinxes should really work on themselves. Yeah, let's be performative in our support of the sphinx folk. I'm curious where this one's gonna go. Any man would desire such beauty in his life. Although this one is quite funny in its performativeness. These bestial sphinx should really work on themselves. She gives you a quick laugh. She thinks you're funny. Keep it up. Let's go. We're actually nailing this. These creatures will never reach such heights. It's not in their nature. The degenerate races of sphinx were born wicked and craven. These creatures are not more similar to I than a horse is to a donkey. No, not even... Well, actually, horses and donkeys can reproduce. Well, so can they. That's clearly where this is going. But how do you think a mule happens? That's it, right? That's what a mule is? A cross between a horse and a donkey? Yep. I know it is in French, but I'm not sure if the translation is... if something is lost in translation there. Because sometimes some terms that are used in French aren't the same in English. There's one about that, but I'm not sure what it is. Wasn't it? Did we talk about that before? Like a camel's not actually a chameau in French? I know there's something like that where one of the terms we use for something and sounds exactly the same in English, but it's not the same word. It refers to a different version of that. But I can't remember now. Oh, isn't it a penguin? Like a penguin is not a pingouin in French. Weirdly enough. Maybe. I'm not sure. Specifically male donkey and a female horse. A male horse, female donkey, offspring is a ini? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I've never heard of that. I wonder if I've heard the French version of that and I just forgot. Hini in French. Un bardo. Huh. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Bardo. These creatures are no more similar to I than a horse to a donkey. No, not even this, as it implies some level of closeness. A horse god to a painting of a donkey. That's funny. This misconception of our similarity will plague me for eternity, but considering them a legitimate partner, creating more? The Sphinx shakes her head. A true man in his mind. He is not violent by nature, nor is he afraid of action. He is decisive yet tolerant. He is wise yet still ready to learn. A true man is a riddle. A true man is his mind. Yeah. They cannot be redeemed. Do they not have free will? Good on you for stopping them from reproducing, making the world better one sexless day at a time. I have to go with that. It's so funny. Sure. Unfortunately, they do live all too long and terrible lives. However, there is A more civilized sphinx, apart from my own kind, of course. The glow in her eyes intensifies. She enjoys thinking of this manly creature. The Andro-Sphinx, a beautiful, powerful servant of the gods, to inhabit this coast of ours. Yet those that do, her voice trails off, are assholes, idiots, indescribably hot, or what? She clearly means they're hot, I'm pretty sure. Are indescribably hot? She snaps her gaze back to you. They are like old men, insufferably prideful. Oh, this is so funny. No, we're not. Oh, and women are all paragons of humility. I'm sensing a story here. There's always a story. Every bias is brought from perspectives, after all. She takes a sip from her barrel and leans her head on a paw. Hear my tale. During the early days when the gates stood open, one winter long ago I was tasked to guard a passage on the border of an empire you will never know. That empire's goddess sent an Andro-Sphinx to guard the very same passage. His name was Trembilem. Our meeting was by chance and by fate. Sounds romantic. You were both sent to guard the same gate. Must have been cramped in that lair. Sounds romantic. An optimistic viewpoint, but I'll admit that at first I shared those aspirations. Trem was a gallant specimen. He spoke with an air of grandeur and purpose. It was easy to spend hours in his company, days, then months. Though we became increasingly physical in our relations, our conversations steadily became more stale. After years of sharing a lair, I sensed a bitter tone gnawing its way into every interaction between us. He would berate my every action, he would go on month-long hunting trips and come back empty-handed. He would end every philosophical discussion or debate, even those we had with visitors, with snarky comments. Tell me, with whom do you believe this venom originated? Which one of us would be at fault, so to say? Considering your general stance on masculinity, I'd say you. That's so funny that you can play a fucking manosphere chugging chud in this game. I love that. Maybe you two weren't compatible. Considering the general theme of this conversation, I'd say him. Maybe you two just weren't compatible. An understatement. I pushed for him to tell me where this irritable act of his came from. After many long arguments, he relented. Guess what Trem confessed to be the cause of his toxic behavior. Had a thorn stuck in his paw? He was bored of the relationship? It's not a sex thing, is it? I don't know. Shrug. Can be a real misogynist, yeah. I don't know, actually. I do not know. She takes a big gulp from her wine barrel. He said I was arrogant, that I could never be wrong, that I was stubborn. Well, these words are tinged with bitterness and contempt. This Andro-Sphinx had a deeper, more venomous meaning behind this statement. There's a hidden meaning behind his words. She raises an eyebrow. You surprised me, little one. It took time for me to truly understand why he would say such a thing. Eventually, I figured it out. Trem was intimidated by me. What's up, Busino? For the half-century we spent together, he never once could keep up in our debates. He never could solve my best riddles, nor even understand many of the most basic philosophical topics I brought up. I never had a problem with this all. It was endearing to watch him struggle. I never would have assumed such magnificent man would succumb to the lowest of sin, pride. Trem could not stand to be outmatched, at least not in the long run. So we parted ways as amicably as could be given the circumstances. I mean, I can sort of like I can feel for the dude in the sense that it can be hard on someone to feel, you know, I don't think I think it's just I don't think it's necessarily being excessively prideful. I just think, you know, and more than that, I think, Chipmunk, it's like, of course it is an ego thing, but at some point, I think it makes you wonder, like, two things. One would be, why do they even enjoy being with me if I'm just like, you know, because I clearly can't stimulate their brain on any sort of valuable level. And also, like, yeah, what do I bring to the situation, right? Like, how are you not bored? Why would you not be happier with someone that's more on your level, so to speak? Yeah. I've sadly been in a relationship for many, many years where I was constantly hearing that. Hearing the, you know, the insecurity of someone who felt like they were, you know, not smart enough or whatever, which is interesting because I never thought about it that way. I thought they were just as smart as I was in different ways, sure, but, you know, to me it was just as smart and just as interesting perspectives. But she believed otherwise. She thought she wasn't keeping up, and she thought she was, every time I was talking to like my writer friends, that many of which happen to be women, because it's just a very, you know, women dominated space, at least in the spaces that I was part of. Most other writers were women. And she was always very insecure about that. Like, she was always like, oh, well, you know, you would probably be in a better relationship with these, you know, women, because you enjoy the same things, you talk about the same stuff. And I was like, yeah, but that doesn't, you know, I didn't say yeah. I meant we have, you know, we have things to talk about in that we share a commonality, but that doesn't mean they're smarter than you or that they're more valuable, you know. It just means we have that in common. We have other things in common, and we have a lot of differences, which is great. I love being with someone that doesn't do the same thing as I do all day. What would we talk about? With, you know, and you know, she was not less intelligent. She just knew different things that maybe are less commonly seen as intellectual, but to me were just as interesting. You know. I don't know. Weirdly enough, that's where it gets crazy, is that she was more successful than I was at what she was doing. She had more recognition. She had more, you know, at least at the time when it was happening. And I don't know. She still had that sort of inferiority thing going on. I don't know why. Oh well, insecurities, you know. What can you do? It's just probably some trauma there that wasn't unpacked. Oh well. Therapy is what you can do, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, that's not what, in this case, what ended the relationship, but it was part of the things that slowly eroded at it, I guess. Hmm. That was my first mission here on this Yours realm. This Gyno Sphinx has struggled with her hatred for longer than you will ever live. Yet despite the difference in your natures, what she seeks here from you is simply validation. The separation was wise. You could have let him win once in a while. A true man seeks greatness in his partner. He does not fear it. So it's interesting here because what's the validation here? Is it a separation was wise? Or is it a true man seeks greatness in his partners, he does not fear it? Which I truly, by the way, statement that I kind of believe in. I don't like the sort of like, you know, the true man idea of the true, you know, oh, a true man does that or a true woman does that. I think that's bullshit. But I do agree with the sentiment of you should be seeking greatness in your partners. You should be proud of your partner's achievement. not fear them, right? I do agree with that. But I don't know what's the validation here, if it's 1 or 3. Clearly not 2. It feels like he's the one that sort of, you know, she says we parted ways, but he could not stand it, right? Yeah. I think I'm still gonna go with 3. A true man seeks greatness in his partners, does not fear it. She nods. When I told him the same thing, he did not respond positively. The Sphinx gives you a faint smile. One thing I truly desire is for my mind to delve inwards. That can be done by intellectual excursions of many kinds, dialogues, debates, sharing experiences. Thank you for listening to my tale, little one. She seeks understanding through sharing. By listening, you give her something tiny and fleeting. Your bias is not wrong, but remember, whole folk, men and women alike, Sphinx or human, are both pitiful, spiteful, and wonderful in their own unique way. Did I win? Did I say the right thing? Your story is very interesting. I will think about what you've told me here today. This obviously is very self-centered. This feels a bit invalidating. Even though there is some truth there, it does feel like responding that now at the end of the conversation feels invalidating. This is a fact that is, you know, while it has some truth in it, feels like it's poorly timed. I think I'm going to go with 2. Your story is very interesting. I will think about what you've told me here today. She nods towards you. It is not often I am given the chance to be truly surprised by a mortal. And a man, nonetheless. What can I say? I'm a hero destined for greatness. No, I have to say that. I have to say it and it's gonna be awful. This is gonna ruin everything. Oh, God. Or maybe she will laugh because she will understand the humor in it. Thank you, Guardian of the World. Just nod. Yeah, I have to say it. Oh, God. How to ruin everything in one sentence. Unless she gets the humor in it. I have to do it. What can I say? I am a hero destined for greatness. The sparkle in her eyes fades. Yes, that's more what I expected. Here, this might help you in your quest, little one. Now, any other questions you have for me? We ruined everything. I fumbled the baddie. But I had to do it. That's up to me. You're a very impressive creature, you know that? Attempts to flirt. Mm-hmm. She taps her claws. Where are you going with this, little one? Yeah, this might be a bad idea. Your goblin companion kicks you in the shin. You wanna get mazed? That's how you get mazed. The goblin is referring to the concept of being magically transported into an endless prison. Which is technically something a Gyno Sphinx would be capable of, just so you know. Advantage, you solved the first riddle. -5 DC, you listened well about men. We still need a 20. And nothing else. I wonder if I didn't fumble there at the end. I wonder if my DC would be even lower. I mean, obviously, man. We technically have a 2.5% chance. Which arguably isn't great. No, wait. Hold on. We have a 5% chance of success on both rolls, so the chances of success are higher, not lower. So we have a 95% chance of failure. I'm getting a number that can be possible. 10.75? 10.75% chance? $9.75. My bad. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. It's not the worst. I've succeeded harder rolls, that's true. Charm person. No, I'm not gonna do that. That'd be bad. She has like 21 wisdom. I mean, I have to try, right? I feel like I have to try. Woo the beast. Well, this isn't really surprising, but you have no idea where to take this next. The Gyno Sphinx sips on the wine and gives you a side eye. Well, nope, I got nothing. She laughs. Not surprising. Do you really even want to woo her? How could it even work logistically? Questions for later. The purple one is correct. You should go home to your mother and cry, then sleep for 27 hours, then not leave your room for another week, then be unemployed for 6 months. Oh, I've done that. Yeah, no, that's very relatable. This seems more suitable. The Sphinx puts down her barrel of wine and leans in to say, "Little one, I don't know if you are sobbing or having a fit, but please focus. Do you wish to ask something else?" That is very specific. It is. I do have more to ask, but I'll be going now. Thank you, great Sphinx. Which one was it? This one. Sphinx hints that the only way to solve the riddle is to perform a type of action, something beyond the scope of a simple dialogue. The tavern key. It's a very pretty key. It's esoterically attuned to the Sphinx lair, the local tavern. This will allow you to enter during daytime, if you can solve her riddle or just visit. Can I just equip it? I have more charisma now! Oh shit, we could have done it again. Also, we have a level up, which means I can add another point in charisma. So my base charisma is now 12. Yeah. Oh man, I should have leveled up before flirting. I still would have failed with the rolls that I've done, but the chances were slightly higher. Yeah, we've got some serious riz now. I'm assuming I can't flirt again. Oh. You can actually do it again. Use one shard to unlock? Sure. Hold on. I'll assume you simply coughed very loudly. What if I wonder if there's other ways for me to... Okay, let's try something. I don't think we can go over the sexuality thing again. Or did I... Is it... Yeah, that's the one, right? That led to... Yeah, I can't go over the same thing again. I was wondering if I could replay that conversation and change my last answer and see if it would help. No. Is this tavern your lair or your lair a tavern? She lifts the barrel to her lips and holds it there for a moment. Eventually she lowers it and says, "That is indeed a riddle worth pondering." Can I ask why? Why what? Why a tavern? I was convinced. She glances at the pile of wine by her side. It was not a battle quickly won, however. Rick Spider worked tirelessly for many an evening to argue her point. Eventually, in completing a few quests on my behalf, I let her rent out a part of my lair, but only for a century. You like the hustle and bustle in here? I'm content for now. Yes. Has anyone ever tried to fight you? Yes, alcohol tends to lower risk assessment capabilities among mortals, which sometimes ends with violence. Always from a man, strangely enough. I do wonder why. I have some answers. I wonder if I get drunk, do I get better Riz stats? Because of the confidence? I didn't see an option to get drinks, though. I don't think. You a big drinker? I partake. It does a little to affect me, but the taste is lovely. You've never seen her sober, so who knows if this is true. Must cost you a lot to get you all this wine. No, Rick Spider procures it all for me. Such a lovely river wine. Takes another sip. I've grown to enjoy the taste. Nice to see you enjoying your tavern lair. I've got some other question. What do you know about the tea shop? Who are you voting for in the election? What's the door behind you? That didn't change anything, right? Nah. I think we've done the only thing that actually was meaningful for this. Okay, so now we need a 19 or better. So we have technically 10% chance per roll. 90% chance of failure. Which, if I'm correct, is a 19% chance of success suddenly. That's a lot better. That seems too high. I mean, advantage is significant, but still, that seems way too high. Yeah, no, I mean, I think the math checks out, but it's just weird. It feels less than that. I'm gonna try again. Ah, oh, damn it! Well, yeah. Like, I have a bunch of technically, if I unlock it like 5+ times with the 10 shards that we have, we should technically be able to do it at least once. The math is in our favor. It just seems like a big shard investment that I'm pretty certain I don't want to invest in. One try, we were at 11 shards. You know, that seems like, okay, we have 10 shards, that's good. This seems a little much. Well, we fumbled yet another baddie. Oh, you can't interact with the thing. An old well. We haven't interacted with them or them. Raz. Bow for hire. Smarter Tengu. Alright, well. I think that is gonna be it for tonight. Bit to menu, yes. Anything about the Sphinx? No, it's the same one. Drunk Sphinx. What an interesting character, this Drunk Sphinx. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, that's the week right there. Here's the thing. I have some thinking to do. I am not sure if Sunday we're returning to this or not. Unfortunately. I'm not ready to make a decision yet, but yeah, I mean, it's a great game, but there are two aspects to it. It's a very demanding game to stream. Like, it's an exhausting game to stream because there's so much reading and voicing and all that stuff. And that part would be fine if it was a huge successful stream, right? If it made for a successful playthrough metrics wise, that'd be fine. That'd be a good, like, yeah, okay, I can do that, right? I can invest all that energy. But as it stands, we're breaking all kinds of negative records. Yeah. It's the downtrend has been very fast and very concerning. Yeah, the analytics are, you know, it's one of those things that I wish wasn't something I had to think about. But that's, you know, it's the same sort of, if I won the lottery and I was you know, like if I was in a safe situation financially forever, I would not even think about it. I'd be like, yeah, whatever, I'll just play the game. Who cares, right? But as it stands, the problem is that if I drive my channel to the ground, I'm not going to be able to stream anymore because I'm going to have to fill that time with somebody else. That's something else that makes me more money. So there's, you know, I have to unfortunately think about that stuff because I don't have infinite time to get the channel to a sustainable level. And I can't, we need the trend to go upwards. I can work with stable for a while because that's those are the ups and downs of variety, right? Some games are going to be higher than others, but over the long term, I need to see something stable. This year has been downwards continuously, and part of it is, you know, some of the game choices that I made because I wanted to take. I've played games that I wanted to play, and I took some of them were risky, you know, attempts. And the one big game that was supposed to sort of prop us up again for the you know, there are some games that I consider like safe-ish games that are typically the ones that I use to like get that uptrend to keep up. Didn't work this time. I was completely wrong about that, and that was Silksong, right? It did not work in the intended way for its role that I was keeping it for. So, unfortunately, I do think we need to think about pivoting. Possibly a continuation on a new YouTube channel. I feel like I would have to start over if I was gonna do, because I would want like a clean playthrough on YouTube. But we're not very far in the game, right? If I was playing it by myself without the conversations with chat, I could probably get to the point where I'm now in like 4 hours maybe. So yeah, I could see myself playing that for YouTube if I were to stop streaming it. Yeah, that's the thing, Quasi, right? Yeah. I don't know. It's annoying because I think the game's amazing. It's... If I were to stop playing this one, it would be the best game that I've stopped playing on the channel that I didn't finish by an extremely large margin. Or rather than the best, I would say it is the game that I've enjoyed the most that I would stop playing. You know, there's been a few aborted playthroughs like Red Dead 2 or Witcher 3 or whatever. This would be far and above my favorite one out of all of them. But it's like I always say, you know, it's like a TV show. If the ratings aren't here, at some point you have to listen to the audience. And, you know, I strongly believe this would be a game that my audience would enjoy watching, just based on, you know, the things we've experienced in the past and our general appreciation for disco and stuff like that. Clearly, I was wrong on that. Oh, I mean, the game, literally Spoonie, the game, I have nothing to say against the game. Not one bit. I don't think it's a slow game. I don't think it's... If I stop streaming it, it has nothing to do with the video game. If I didn't have to think about metrics, I would literally play this game forever. If it took a year to complete, I would play it for a year without thinking twice. Yeah, but that doesn't account for literally seeing a 50% reduction. And, you know, there's even a point where if it was just that, a lot of people, and I think a lot of people do it, a lot of people would just leave the stream on in the back somewhere and just not pay attention to it, just for the support aspect of it, which I'm sure plenty of people are doing. Like, out of the people, you know, out of the I would go even as far as to say that out of the low numbers we're getting for this, only a fraction of that is actually paying attention to the stream. I feel like a good portion of that are just lurking and not watching because they want to play it themselves. Because chat has been 3 people this entire playthrough, so, you know, that to me is also an indicator. But yeah, I don't know. And if I were to cancel this one, I don't know what I would play next. I didn't think I'd have to think about that until at least a month. So yeah, I'm not sure. Lurking, but I've already played it. No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Spanish. It's a great game. I've really enjoyed the game. To me, it stands to comparison with Disco and stands on its own merit. I don't think it's as good as Disco is, but a big part of that is I think Disco is a little more subtle with its writing. I think it's a little deeper thematically, and I personally do like the setting of Disco better, but that's just, you know, personal preferences. Are the VOD numbers okay? I don't know. Like on YouTube, I think Warner $10 said on YouTube he was doing okay. But the problem is that, you know, I enjoy the YouTube VODs being available for people to watch and all that, and it's great. But one, it has not brought anyone to the channel, which you would think if people were watching it on YouTube and were like, oh, I really enjoyed this, I'm gonna go watch it live when it happens. So literally zero. Like, this is the one game that has made me lose the more followers since I started streaming ever. It's I don't think I've gained a single, like, I don't think I've gained a single follower. Losing followers is natural, right? You always have people who unfollow and just bots getting kicked or whatever. That stuff's always happening, right? But usually you gain enough new followers that it sort of at least remains somewhat stable, right? Or at least goes up a little bit. This one has been a decline every stream, like massive decline. Yeah. Not a single person followed because of that game, I think, since we started playing it. The only follow I've seen in the past week and a half was someone who already followed at one time and refollowed. Maybe they just misclicked somewhere, unfollowed and refollowed, right? So, I don't know. Hey, Duckman. I enjoy listening. Hey, I appreciate it. And again, you know, I'm not going anywhere. We're gonna, you know, if I'm not playing this, I'll play something else. It'll be fine. I'm just, yeah. It's really a game that I enjoy, but yeah, it unfortunately takes a lot of effort. Which, once again, I repeat, I'm more than willing to put in the effort if I see a positive effect, right? But yeah, as it stands, it's just... It feels, unfortunately, very unrewarding and frustrating, so... Gotta make a decision, you know. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm thinking there's a pretty good chances that this is gonna be it, yeah. But again, not forever. I'm strongly... I'm not gonna play it by myself off stream. If I were to leave it there, I'll leave it there, and it's either gonna be a YouTube playthrough in the future, or maybe you know, maybe one day it can return on stream because something changes, right? Maybe it suddenly gets a voiceover and suddenly the numbers pick up and suddenly the game's everywhere and everyone loves it and then we can do something with it, right? Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Goal is I don't think the followers themselves are not that much of an issue for me. One, because I don't give much value to that metric, and two, because I expected this game not to bring new people in. I do not mind, you know, if I don't see new follows, whatever. I did hope that more people from the existing community would want to watch it because, you know, just because it's so much like Disco, which is a very popular game in my community. But I was wrong. I was wrong. The numbers aren't there. Yeah. The first stream did fine numbers, which it usually does. The first stream when I play a new game, people tend to show up and take a look. And then there's a typically when I play a new game on stream, there's a slow decline. It started like the first stream is usually the strongest stream, and then it you know, slowly goes down, and sometimes picks up. Like Blueprints, for instance, starts a little bit of a bump, and then it continuously sort of went up. Same for Hollow Knight, same for Disco Elysium, same for a lot of games. I feel, you know. But yeah, this one's been every stream. It's like it's dropped a minimum of 20%. The first stream was like a 40% drop. It was crazy. And then after that, each stream has been like a 20% drop, pretty much, which is you know, concerning. Zero Parades right now is scheduled to be our end of the year game. Yeah, December. Yes, Funyam, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe a timing issue. Maybe the summer, the World Cup, all those things don't help. But I don't think it's that. Like, I've paid attention a little bit in the past couple streams to because I was thinking maybe it's the World Cup or something, and I've paid attention to like the fluctuation during a stream, based on like when the games start and end. Nah, there's unfortunately no correlation there. That I can see, at least. So I don't know. I don't have the answers. I can only look at the, you know, I can only look at what I'm noticing. It's too early for me to really analyze it and understand. No, end of the year's Zero Braids. I don't know when the second playthrough of Disco fits in all that. I will admit, this made me a bit wary about it, but I think Disco is gonna work out fine. Like, second playthrough of Disco is gonna work out fine. But who knows? Maybe I'm overestimating the interest in a second playthrough. I don't know. Is the goal to find a short game before Mass Effect 2? Yeah, I don't want to jump right into Mass Effect 2. I'm excited for it, but I think it's a little too early. The goal, frankly, would be to find something that, you know, shoots us back up into where we've been for a while, when we were sort of stabilizing around last year or something. Even though we didn't play anything particularly incredible last year, we were just pretty stable. Was working out fine. I don't know where to go with this, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. Is it mainly number of active watchers or subscription combination of both? It's everything. Number of chatters, engagement, active viewers, follows, unfollows, subscriptions, general revenue. Yeah. Unfortunately, this game has been low on every metric, record lows. In fact, it had been years since we had that low of a general metrics around the game. Even Cairn earlier this year did better than that. And Cairn had the benefit of being shorter, so I was like, Cairn's not doing great, but it's a short game. I can go through it. This looks like it would be a long playthrough if I kept playing it. Like a month plus, right? So. Yeah, it's a bit of a stark reminder that, you know, I am not at the level where my channel can support a game on its own, which is it's a good thing to know. I started to feel like maybe it was, because like I was playing some games that weren't too hype or anything, and it's pretty stable in the numbers. So part of me was like, huh, I guess we're at the point now where I can just play a game and the community will show up for it. That was proof that we're not there yet. We still need the tourists, as we say. The people that are just there for a specific game, right? We still need the tourists. We're not there yet. Maybe a nice walking simulator. Some tend to have a nice cult following that could benefit the channel. Maybe if they're too short. Or are you thinking of something like the vanishing of Ethan Carter or the Edith Finch thing? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I really have no idea what I would want to play next. I don't know. I almost feel like experimenting a bit, trying a few different things and seeing what works, with the understanding that I might not go long on it. I don't know. Something I feel like we need to do, and that's something I need to think about, how it benefits or hurts the channel. I'm starting to think we need to wait on the VODs archive. I have a feeling we need to... I don't know if Warren and 10 Bucks are listening, but if you are, it's something we need to think about. Transferring all the files, but not publishing anything until the end of a playthrough. Because right now, I don't like the fact that an aborted playthrough of this is on the YouTube VOD channel. I would rather it not be there, so that if I decide to do something else, or if I eventually pick it up again, we can start fresh, right? And maybe that's a weird way of looking at it, but I also wonder how much it could affect the live audience. In that some people maybe are like, oh, whatever, I'll watch it on YouTube later, and I'll just skip all the conversations or whatever. And then suddenly, you know, less people have to show up for the live stream. And obviously, if you need to quote unquote trick people into being here, you're probably not doing so great. But also, I know how human nature works. If I know someone will have a VOD later, I find myself sometimes being like, I'll watch the VOD later, right? But if I know they don't have VODs activated, because some people don't, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna watch the stream. So maybe short highlights during and then the VODs after it's finished. I mean, we don't have I don't think neither Warren or 10 Bucks have any time to invest into making any sort of editing right now, so probably not. And I would rather invest my time in actual YouTube content that I'm planning on doing. Listen, watch your playthroughs on YouTube since I have YouTube Premium. Haven't finished your Mass Effect playthrough yet. Yeah. But then it just wouldn't show up at all. If someone who watches the VOD doesn't show up for the live show anyway, then I don't think it matters if I delay it, because they're not in tune with the stream anyway, right? And when the VOD goes live later, well, they can watch that, right? So for them, it doesn't affect anything, right? So if someone wouldn't show up because the VOD's doesn't exist, like if someone doesn't translate into a Twitch viewer anyway, that's fine. What I'm thinking of is potentially the viewer that might be like, well, I just watched the VOD on YouTube, it's fine. And then that, you know, but that person would be there. Oh, if there's not going to be a VOD right away, yeah, I'll watch the live stream. Why not? So, yeah. I appreciate that, Miss Bookums. I always take the audiobook nature of the stream as a compliment. Maybe only put the VODs up after they vanish from Twitch. I don't think waiting that long is necessary, but I think waiting for the playthrough to be over, Chipmunk, is something that I'm going to consider in the future. I think that's something we need to do. Summer is always the slowest time of the year on Twitch. That hasn't been my experience, Chess Piece. I thought that for a long time. It's not the case. My summers have been amazing. Every summer. Every summer, every year, my biggest numbers that aren't end of the year, because usually at the end of the year we're doing a big like sort of playthrough, so my end of the games have been my most successful ones typically, were in June. All of my best viewerships were in June. And this year it's been my lowest month. So is there a way to watch the VODs on Twitch with the ads rather than YouTube? The VODs are available on Twitch, yeah, for like a couple months. They're always there. I don't know if many people watch them anymore because they would rather go to YouTube, I'm sure. But yeah, they're there. If you have an ad blocker, you might not see ads, so that's good too. I did have the opposite experience once. Dropped halfway through, noticed there was no VOD, so I could catch up and dropped it. But in this situation that I'm describing, you would still have the... I'm not going to remove the Twitch VODs, right? Like, the Twitch VODs are still going to be there. So if someone really... Which maybe defeats the whole purpose of my YouTube thinking, right? But if you, like, missed a stream, you can always go back on Twitch and check it out, right? Yeah. I should listen to them that way. Not necessarily, Dukeman. If you really, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, watch in the way that is more comfortable to you. I do not give a shit about ad revenue. Not one bit. It is not a significant portion enough for me to even care about. So do not think about that one bit. If you want to support the channel, chuck a sub my way or something. That legitimately, I mean that, is the best way, because that adds to the plus points numbers and eventually gets us to 300, which gives us 70% revenue share, right? That's the only way I can imagine. And yeah, chuck a lurk when you're, you know, when the stream's live, so I can, you know, that the numbers are a little bit more visible. And if I'm in a category with several people, I can be a slightly higher on the page, maybe, right? That kind of stuff. But yeah, do not concern yourself with ads. I mean that. Watch with ad block if you have to. By the way, subscribing removes the ads, just as a general, you know, information, in case you weren't sure. But yeah, do not concern yourself with ad revenue. If it's better for you to watch on YouTube, watch on YouTube. It's a shame that the highlight function is gone. I mean, the highlight function's still there. It's just you can't store them over a certain number. So. Same difference, but yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. My thought about the YouTube thing, I think, is... It's not just a matter of, like, getting more people to be there live. I think that's just a side effect, right? My concern about the YouTube thing is more with, I don't like people having started watching on YouTube and then suddenly, you know, well, canceled playthrough. That just feels bad. If it's on a live stream, I don't mind as much, because it's like, oh well, you know, the live thing, it is what it is. You kind of expect that some games are not going to be finished, because you can't expect someone to like every game. In this case, it has nothing to do with me liking the game or not, but you know, it's sort of part of the live culture of, yeah, streamers don't finish games, right? If it's a YouTube thing and it starts coming out, you know, people might be completely disconnected from the YouTube thing, from the Twitch thing, and so it feels bad when suddenly something disappears or stops being uploaded, right? So that's also why I would rather wait for a full playthrough before publishing it. Because then I feel at least we publish what's done, right? What's you know, the people getting into it on YouTube know they will get a full experience, which I think for YouTube viewers is quite important, if I'm honest. Because there's a bit more of that sort of binging aspect to it, I guess. I don't know, Macarona. I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna have to talk about that with Warren and 10 bucks, and we'll see what they think. I do not control the YouTube channel. I only have a very superficial level of attention. But yeah. But yeah, to go back to what Chesspiece was saying, I mean, you know, part of me analyzing my stuff so much and being so analytical after the fact, I don't like watching numbers during streams, but I'm very analytical after that, is also paying attention to other people's numbers, other people around me, like people, you know, that are in similar circles or other streamers I pay attention to. Nobody's getting like a decrease of viewers over the summer. Like nobody has lost 50% over the past 2 weeks, you know? It's not happening. So it clearly is not just a general Twitch thing. And that's an important information as well. Anyways, such is the ups and downs of Twitch streaming, especially when you're doing variety stuff. Not the first time we're here. We've been there before, right? We're used to this. But I think I've stopped playthroughs for much less lesser, you know, negative impact than this one had. So I think it would be foolish of me to continue just because I enjoy the game. I agree, Yanktar. I do agree. I feel the same way. It's never... I'm not doing it. There's some games that I've left behind very happily. Red Dead Redemption 2 was one of these. Very happy to stop playing that one. Same with Baldur's Gate. This one fucking sucks. This one's one of them, you know... It's like Silksong. Really fucking enjoy playing it, but... Well, Silksong was a bit different. That one... Silksong was just a bad timing on my mental health. Going to shit. And I would rather just give it a proper playthrough than something that was completely scattered and fragmented. This one really hurts in the sense that I have nothing against the game. I was there, I was present. My mindset was perfectly in sync with the game. It just... Yeah, just sucks. Sucks that it's such a niche. Yes. Yeah. Fortunately, Chipmunk, the one positive thing is I haven't been too far into the game, right? I'm not giving up like halfway through or something. If I were to pick that back up again at some point, if the context is different, or if I'm picking it up for a YouTube thing, which there's a pretty good chance at that, I think it wouldn't be too bad. Like, even doing it like 1 year down the line, I would probably have forgotten most of what I've played right now. And I feel like I'm going to be back to where I was pretty in a matter of a few hours, right? So there's still most of the game to experience. So that makes it like a pretty decent proposition if I'm ever to pick that back up again in whatever way. Yeah. Yeah, interesting to think about, right? Learning about what... and I think especially now that I have the YouTube thing planned and I'm more and more thinking about it, which to the point that I'm obsessed with it now. I'm sure it's going to be a thing, like the exclusive YouTube playthroughs. It brings more and more information to what is a good, what is a good YouTube thing and what is a good stream thing. Maybe I need to redefine what a stream game is and what a YouTube game is. I don't know. Are narrative games something that I should play on YouTube more than on Twitch? So that it's not constantly disturbed by the interactions and the random conversations, and keep for streams things that are more gameplay oriented? The Souls games, the roguelikes, the I don't know. I'm thinking out loud. Those are not thoughts that I'm feeling strongly about it. It's just me trying to think, Because, like, if you really think about it, one of my most successful game was Blueprints. Blueprints doesn't do very much in terms of narrative. It's there, but it's pretty superficial. On the moment to moment gameplay. The game was mostly a roguelike, in essence. And me solving things and figuring things out, and people loved that shit. So same with Hollow Knight, Hollow Knight was a big success, and it's one of those games where the narrative is not very forward. Obviously, Disco Elysium was a banger, but Disco Elysium's doing better on YouTube than it did on Twitch. My numbers on Twitch for Disco weren't that impressive. It was 3 years ago, to be fair. Community was smaller, but it wasn't that impressive. It did worse than Hollow Knight. It did worse than Cyberpunk. And it absolutely banged on YouTube for whatever reason. So maybe there's a message there. Maybe there's something there to consider. I do remember some Blueprint streams being very slow when it comes to chat. Yeah, but maybe that's part of it. Maybe, I don't know. Post some analysis on the YouTube Twitch channel. But I watched it, actually, DJ. Yeah. I read that. I'm not too convinced by most of it, but there were a few things that made me... I didn't feel like I learned anything new, is what I'll say. But it did make me think about some things. Yeah, Duckman, a lot of people. The World Cup is one thing you could leverage to another game suggestion bracket. Okay, so I have a secret project that I've mentioned in the past that I was keeping for what I would call the dark days of the stream. Like, if the stream's ever going to end, if I'm ever getting to the point where I'm like, you know what, the Twitch thing, I'm gonna have to just stop streaming because it's just not doing it. Whether it's because I'm doing YouTube instead, whether it's because I'm, like, no matter what. At the time, I wasn't thinking of YouTube. It was more like, if I'm ever gonna have to stop streaming because I need to go back to teaching or something, because I need more revenue and pay the bills and all that, I had one sort of Hail Mary plan We're gonna call it Project Hail Mary. That's new and original, right? Let's call it Project Hail Mary. And that involves actually a little bit of should I give you guys a taste of what it is? Let's say yes. If you are still here after all this, you deserve a little bit of something. So remember when we did the bracket, right? The game bracket. Incredibly successful stream. So fun. Loved it. One of my favorite streams I've ever done. Such an original new thing. Very cool. Well, here's the thing. The Super Secret Project is an actual tournament of games. Not in just we vote for the game, we actually play the games. But how? We play about like 2 hours, 2.5 hours of each game, 2 games per stream, and then we decide which game goes on. And so as we go inside the tournament, only one game gets to be completed by the end of it all, right? And then it becomes this whole thing, you know, this whole concept of like the video game World Cup or whatever, right? Which you can leverage on social media, like with, you know, like shorts, you know, with like putting 2 games one against one another, yada yada, make the whole like coming up this Saturday, you know, this game versus this game, you know, come watch. And I'm not sure on the format exactly yet and how we would, you know, because there would be bias, like, you know, if we vote at the end, there might be a bias there. So we would have to do maybe like voting more of a, everyone gets to vote from 0 to 10. And then, you know, the community votes at the end of the first game, 0 to 10. How did you feel about that game? And then you put a number and then we do an average and, you know. The pairing of games will be important. Completely random. Completely random. No decisions based on the style of games, the genres, completely random. Each game evaluated on its own merit for what it is. I think that's part of the appeal. Probably single elimination bracket, because otherwise it would just, you know, it would, like, you don't want to play a game that you didn't enjoy because it's in the, you know, lower bracket. So single elimination probably, but yeah. I think it's a fascinating idea. And the reason why I'm considering it sort of a Hail Mary is because, well, I don't know how it would work. But I have such a strong, almost like gut instinct that it could be a banger of a concept that people catch on. Because you play so many different games and it just becomes more than just the game itself. Well, that's the thing though, Macaron. That's part of it, right? That's why I think the 2 hours thing works so well, because people are so used to that format with the Steam refunds. And some games are even constructed around that. But that's okay, right? That's just okay. One game goes through and then maybe it loses after we leave the first 2 hours, right? It doesn't have to be fair. It's not about, you know, we're not going to pretend that it's going to, the best video game of all time is going to win. It's just an interesting concept. Yeah, exactly, DJ. I think so too. And I think the way it could work in conjunction with social media, which is why I think now more than ever I should wait on it until maybe I have some little bit of following on YouTube and something like that, maybe build a little bit of something else. I think it could be good. I think the fact that, you know, it could be announced in advance, like this match is happening on this day, and then it's like people come to support their favorite games or whatever. I don't know. I think there's something there. The fact that nobody has done it before makes me very intrigued. Which is why I was so cagey about talking about it when I was mentioning it. Is because I don't think anyone else has done that before. And now that I've mentioned it out loud, I'm worried someone will steal the idea. But if they do, well, more power to them, right? I am not going to go back on my words which I've always said, ideas are worth nothing. Ideas are cheap. They are worth nothing. So. I'm not going to change my opinion on that. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Coming Sunday, the Nas Gameathon. That would be the first time he steals something. I think it's completely different, Nogger, yeah. It's a very different concept. In fact, I'm pretty sure I first talked to Nas about that idea before the scientific thing was established. Nas has known about this for a long time. I've been theory crafting this idea with Nas having to listen to me ramble about it for many a years while we were watching wrestling, and I was just thinking of ideas of stuff I could do. Yeah, this has been a thing for a long, long time. It's been on my mind for a long, long time. Yeah, we'll see. I think it's a solid idea. I think if I put enough effort in it, in the format, in the presentation of it, make sure it can hit social media as well and all that, I don't know. But do you think would it help get in a place where you can just do whatever and people would be there? Yeah. It's just, I think it's just general growth, right? I mean, listen, if you look at it from like an objective standpoint, if I remove my emotions out of this, I can pretty much do whatever and have some amount of audience. I've done streams where I was just yapping for 4 hours and over 100 people were watching. In fact, if today I had not even started the game, I went in just chatting and said, let's talk, and I just started yapping, more people would have watched the stream. I can guarantee that with certainty. We've seen that happen several times before. And even then, even the people watching this, you know, I'm considering it a failure because it's much lower than the expectations and the usual numbers that I've grown accustomed to. But I'm still gathering more people than most people who stream on Twitch. Even though it looks like a ridiculously low number, it is still more than 99% of Twitch. And I need to be aware of that, right? Some people would do anything to get even 30 people watching them, right? That is something, you know, I have to be aware of. But the problem is, it's all a matter of perspective. I'm coming from the perspective of, I've seen some pretty decent growth on my channel and I want to keep that going because I want this to be a good source of revenue that pays the bills. Because that's the only solution. If I can't pay the bills with the stream, I have to do something else during all those hours because I need to eat. I know, how fucking shameful of me. I'm a sellout. I need to eat. I'm sorry. So yeah, I have different concerns, right? Now, if you want to, you know, what do you think would help get in a place where you can just do whatever? To me, it's more like I'm already in that place. As long as I'm okay with the numbers, I can do whatever I want. And I'll still have an audience that, again, a lot of people would be envious of. If you're really looking at it from just an objective perspective. For me, the question means, what do I need to be safe and be able to do that without concerns? I don't know. I need the stream to make enough to pay the bills. I think that amounts to a few hundred viewers. CCV. I think at our best, we were about halfway there. In our best times, we were about halfway to where we need to be. That also corresponds to our plus points, which we're pretty much halfway to getting the next stage, which is 70-30 split, right? Which would be great. Again, even more revenue with the gift subs and everything, right? So I think if we get to the point where the channel overall doubles in size and we get 300 plus points, which obviously means we have more subs and more people watching on a daily basis, a good doubling up in size, maybe tripling up to be safe, puts us in a pretty comfortable situation. I think I can survive like that. I'm pretty frugal, right? I wouldn't be, you know, I wouldn't be living with a very high standard or anything. But between that, the what the writing still makes me, you know, with the royalties and other ventures coming forward, maybe the YouTube thing or whatever, I think would be fine. I think we'd be fine. What would help get to that place, Gnomes? I don't know. Good game selection, a little bit of luck, better discoverability on Twitch, but I don't think there's any hopes there anyway. Maybe some of the YouTube stuff could help. Maybe there's going to be some transfer there. If I start doing exclusive playthroughs, who knows? Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, but DJ, you're looking at it from the wrong way. Look at people doing it that are not career streamers, and you will notice that it doesn't really do very much. Believe me, I've been there. I've done a lot of community appreciation stuff and community days or whatever back in 2014, 2013. Those streams did not go very well. In fact, in my experience, and that might be related to the way I stream, personally, right? It might be a me thing. If I bring people in the stream from the outside, like other voices or other people playing with me or anything, I actually lose part of my audience. Because I just don't think that's my style. I think people watching me don't expect to hear other voices and have that sort of community gameplay kind of stuff. So yeah, it works for some people, certainly. I don't think that's for me, though. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. I'm not even sure I fully understand what you mean, and I'm not sure what that has to do with. Like the way, and going back to the idea of community sort of appreciation, the way I would like to do that, and I've done that a little bit a few years ago, is play a game where the community can be a part of, without me having to actually play with people on stream or bring people on the stream, right? And I think that part of that is doing something like Darkest Dungeon or XCOM or whatever, right? The community members suddenly can become actors in the video game, so to speak. But it still remains just me playing the game, just a normal classic stream, right? I think that's the best way in which we can do community celebrations. Or again, like the bracket thing, or if we do the game cup thing, game tournament, that would fit in that category as well. You suddenly have something to do in the stream, you know, cast your votes and whatnot. Yeah, Duckman, that's part of the thing I'm hoping for with me doing exclusive YouTube stream playthroughs. Is I'm hoping that by doing that in that format, I'll be able to find more stuff to do shorts on. That's part of my plan with that, for sure. I just need to be able to do it in a way that makes sense. Yeah, that's due to I don't take care of the YouTube VOD channel. Some of my mods are doing that, and the fact that there's not a lot of content there is just because they don't have time for it. Right? They're doing this for free, so I obviously can't ask anything there. If they do it, great, but you know I'm not asking for anything. That's why I want to take that in my own hands with my a proper YouTube channel with exclusive content on. And also I have an idea for a series of short content that I want to do. Something I've started working on a few months ago that would work very well, I think, for TikToks, Reels, and Shorts. Would have to be maybe a different channel though. I don't think it would fully fit. Actually, maybe I could make that along the exclusive YouTube thing, on YouTube specifically, and then have a channel on TikTok that only does that and Shorts. Maybe something I need to think about. But yeah, that stuff is in the works. I have a pretty good idea. I think would work very well as a short format thing. Just need to put in the work and the time. I don't know. The problem is, for the past year and a half, I've been feeling pretty low energy. So outside of the actual streaming schedule, I've rarely found the energy to do much else. I feel like that's turning around though. I've been feeling revitalized lately. In terms of my creative juices. So we might see a bit more output for a while. Chatting does better for me than when I play games. Yeah, Bookums. I think, and no, I don't think it's just a... I don't want to reduce that to a gender thing, but I think that's true for a lot of women streamers, right, Miss Bookums? I don't know if that's something you've noticed as well, but I feel like that's generally a big thing. It feels like the primarily male audience of Twitch likes to watch women yap. It seems to be a popular thing. I wonder why. And I'm not trying to make any weird conclusion about this or analysis. It's just something I've noticed. It's a pattern I've noticed. And I think it would be dishonest to not recognize the pattern there. Yeah, I mean, Duckman, I think especially from the stream, like it's hard for me to go back on a 5-hour stream and remember what happened. If I do it with a YouTube format, I think it's going to be a lot easier. It's going to be a more controlled environment. No, obviously, Duckman, it's just, you know what I mean. I don't know how the algorithm works with channels that have both short and long form content. Pretty okay, I think, in general. We'll see. But yeah, I think if I do short form content, I'm gonna hope that TikTok's probably gonna be more centered than YouTube in that regard. We'll see. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Consider myself an equal opportunity yapper enthusiast. Yeah, no, we're clearly all amazing people here, but you guys get my point. And I was not, again, this was not meant to be a statement of male streamer versus women streamer. That would be very much misunderstanding what I was saying. I was just reacting to Miss Pookham's message of her saying she has more audience when she yaps than when she games. It's only about women in this case. No need to make it about men, people. Yeah. Oh well. Just riffing. I know. So am I. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Kind of interesting that you say male, but I would avoid saying female. I usually say men and women. I noticed when I said male here and felt not great about it. But also, yes, I do think I have less of a problem with saying male than I have with saying female. And the reason for that is because one of these words is being used as a negative very often. And so we have to consider that. Yeah. I mean, I think if you really look about it, you know, if you really think about it, both could be fine because it's just a word. It applies, you know, it applies to people in meaningful ways. But I just think there's, you know, it using... One of them has been used negatively to make people feel bad about themselves in the past. So... yeah, maybe it's the noun, yeah. Yeah, maybe you guys are right. Maybe I've been over careful about that, about using it at all. Yeah, no, for sure. But again, I don't think there's, you know, my point I think still stands, right? The analysis part of it, I'm not even gonna touch it because I don't know. I don't have any experience with it. And I feel like some of it might be seeped into general misogyny, unfortunately. And it's too late for me to get into a conversation about that right now. Yeah, macaron for sure. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I should start in an only stash. I'm sure there's a large audience for that, right? Exclusive stash pictures. Could be a hit with the gay men. I would assume. I've been complimented on my stash a lot by gay men, believe it or not. It makes complete sense. I mean, there is cultural precedent there. That is true. Oh God, am I appropriating? Am I appropriating gay culture by having a stash like that? I hope not. I'm not queer baiting, I swear. Don't cancel me, please. Why would we pay for an only stash if we can see it for free? Oh, well, you don't know what kind of content I would make with it. All right, guys. We've been going an extra hour longer than I expected because of the yapping. Thank you guys for listening to my ramblings. I don't have the answers. Sometimes you just have to admit that something's not working and you have to find a solution. Right? I think it's better than bashing your head against the wall and just end up being frustrated as a result, right? The last thing I would want is a great game to be ruined by other external aspects. Yeah. Dreamseeker, how are you doing today? Just got here, only stash? Okay, bye. Okay, well, Dreamseeker is not the target audience. Or only stash. Okay, gotcha. Thanks for your input. Yeah, someone mentioned Patreon earlier, and now I have to wonder, you know, well, that was something I already was thinking about. Thinking about the idea of rewarding people for their support. Does it involve... Because now you can do, like, member stuff on YouTube. Does it involve exclusive member playthroughs? Does it involve earlier, you know, member playthroughs? Like, if you're a member, you get... Maybe the full thing releases at once, or you get it ahead of time by a few days or whatever. Or do I go like the extra route, which is like Patreon, right? And then it becomes like some playthroughs are exclusive to Patreon, or you get it on Patreon a month before YouTube or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's just... I think this is too much for me for now. First, I need to start producing content and then seeing how it feels. But yeah, I don't know, Chipmunk. Some to think about. Maybe, yeah. Oh well, anyway. It's time. I'm playing the song. Alright, everybody. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Join the Discord and pay attention to the announcement section. In the next few days, there will certainly be an announcement regarding this Sunday. Expect it as early as Saturday morning. Yeah, we'll figure it out. It is what it is. I hate using that expression, but sometimes it's truly all you can say. Put your hands up in the air and like, yeah, we'll have to figure this out some way or another. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Think about me tonight. In about 4 hours, I'll be watching Switzerland. Try to make it to the second stage of the knockouts. I'll be watching that with Nasrallah, in fact. We've planned on watching it together. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. I don't have much else to say. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here no matter what. I appreciate you guys more than I can say. I'm sorry you have to hear all my frustrations and complaints when you are clearly not responsible for them. Yeah. I'll be back on Sunday. We'll know what happens by then. Until then, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys on Sunday. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.